So we are live now. Sound check. Presentation laptop. Sound check 1. Clerk's laptop. Sound check 1. Clerk's laptop. Sound check 1.
ready. Go ahead. Okay, councillors, we are now live and broadcasting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit other requests to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. I'll commence a roll call now. Please indicate your presence when I call your name. Mayor Eisenberger. Good morning, sir. Councillor Wilson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Farr.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Nan. Not yet. Councillor Marula.
Good morning, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Good morning, sir. Councillor Collins. Not yet. Councillor Jackson.
Here, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Pauls.
Happy to be here.
Pleasure to have you. Councillor Danko.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Pearson.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Ferguson. He was there. He's on the phone. Councillor Vanderbeek. Not right now. Councillor Whitehead. Not right now. Councillor Partridge. Not right now. Thank you very much. Approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda today?
Yes, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there is one change to today's agenda, and it's the minutes from yesterday's meeting of January 21st, 2020.
Thank you very much. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Mayor Eisenberger. Is there any discussion about the agenda? Seeing not, we'll move to the vote, please. Vote is up. As always, please advise me if you're having challenges submitting your vote.
Councillor Ferguson?
No, he's still on the phone.
Okay. Councillor Paul? So I'll give you a thumbs. I saw your thumbs up. Thank you.
Thumbs up from Councillor Pauls. And that vote carried 12-0. Thank you very much. Declarations of interest. Members of the committee, are there any declarations of interest this morning? Thank you. Seeing none. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. 3.1, January 21st, 2021. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of the January 21st, 2021 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Farr. Is there any discussion or concerns about the minutes? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we'll go to the vote, please. Thank you for your help today. Okay. Anyone having issues getting their vote in? Nope. Thank you. And that vote carried 12-0. Consent items. Item number 5.1 on your agenda is the Presto adoption PW17033. Nope. Sorry, I'm jumping too fast maybe.
No, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It's my fault when doing your roadmap late. I missed item 4.1, which is correspondence from the Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting the Niagara Regional Transit On-Demand Pilot Project. It's correspondence to be received.
Thank you. May I have a motion, a mover and a seconder to receive the communications? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. And that's an electronic vote. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Don't worry about it. Mistakes get made, no big deal. There we go. Up. We're at the post. And that vote carried 12-0. Thank you, everybody. So now I'm moving on to items. 5.1 is the Presto adoption, PW17033F. It's a citywide initiative. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put item 5.1 on the floor for discussion? Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Farr. And the item is on the floor for discussion now. Is there any questions or comments? Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Clark. And I read through the four-page report from Manager Nancy Purser, and either through you to her, if she's available, or Director Delvedove, please. I read through, and I obviously there's some glitches and everything as everything's transitioning over to Presto for both ATS, HSR, and DARTS. But I read through where there's problems with the tap. And in this day and age of even all the tapping I do through drive-throughs and things like that, maybe can somebody on staff explain what the glitch or difficulty might be with the tapping of the Presto card for our users, please, through you.
Thank you. I'll go to Director Oh my gosh, my mind just went blank there. Sorry. Delvedova. I keep stammering over that. My apologies. And you can direct it to any of your staff, Director. I have to iron my tongue while you're doing this. I'll be right back. Just take me a couple minutes.
So Debbie Delvedove, Director of Transit. Good morning. I'm going to ask Nancy Purser to answer that question because she will be able to give you those details, Councillor Jackson.
Perfect, Director.
Thank you.
Good morning, Nancy Purser, Manager, Transit Support Services. Through you, Chair. I believe what you're referring to is the process we've set up for ATS clients to use in DARTS at the moment, which is temporary because we actually don't have any equipment in the DARTS vehicles to accept the tap. So we are working on that process, and we have a deadline to have the vehicles currently in use installed with equipment by the end of February and usable early March.
Okay, that explains that. And Manager, could I simply ask, hopefully within your time frame, Deputy Mayor, if she could even send out an information email that has been completed for our edification, then we can pass that on to our constituents. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Any further questions or comments about item 5.1? I'm not seeing any, so Madam Clerk, we'll go to the vote, please. The vote is up, Councillor. Looks like everyone's good. Nope. Okay, that vote is closed and it carried 11-0. We're now on in our agenda to item number 6.1, which is the Transit Division's 2021 budget presentation. Director Debbie Delvedova will provide the presentation. Debbie?
Okay, so can you hear me?
I can hear you and we can see your screen. And it's in the, you're perfect.
Perfect.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of council, and good morning to the residents listening in today. I'm happy to be here to present to you the 2021 budget for transit. By way of what I have prepared to share with you today, it is outlined here on the slide that you're seeing on your screen. I'm going to change up my presentation a bit this year, and I'm going to be calling on Jay Adams, Senior Project Manager for Customer Experience and Innovation, to provide the update on our Re-envision project. And then we'll be hearing from Jason Vanderhyde, Manager of Planning and Infrastructure, and he will be walking you through the on-demand pilot. So before I go over exactly how transit was impacted, and more importantly, how we responded to the pandemic as the gravity of the situation began to be realized in the early months of 2020, I want to start off by taking this opportunity to acknowledge and thank the frontline staff of the HSR. Last year, more than ever, highlighted the commitment that HSR staff has to this community. I have to tell you that as we started to understand the impact of COVID early in 2020, there were a lot of unanswered questions around COVID. And with our number one priority being the health and safety of all the employees, while still ensuring that we had the service on the street, it was an all hands on deck effort. From the management team to the union executive to the frontline staff, we had to look at every aspect of our business and respond to information as we received it and implement changes that typically would take months when sometimes we just had hours to change course. Despite all the unknowns And as we waited for the PPE and hand sanitizers to arrive, frontline staff continued to report in daily to ensure that we could keep the service on the road to get those essential workers to their jobs. We had frontline staff who were isolating from their very own families to keep them safe while they continued to report to work. It was extremely moving to see that type of dedication in action. And quite frankly, that dedication continued through the months right up to today, and no doubt will continue until we recover. Although there are a lot of unanswered questions around the future, what the future holds as we continue to adjust course based on the COVID impacts, there has been one constant throughout the pandemic, and that is the dedication of all the staff at HSR. So I want to extend a huge thank you to each and every one of them. Throughout my presentation today, you will hear how transit supports Council's priorities, starting with our COVID response to ensure healthy and safe communities, to the community engagement showcased by our Re-envision project, and of course, transit's contribution to a clean and green city through the greening of our transit fleet. For this term of council, climate change, multimodal transportation, Vision Zero, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and integrated growth and development are all high priorities, and transit has a role to play in moving each of these priorities forward. Building on Council's priorities, we developed our strategic direction. Transit strives to provide a customer-focused experience that is safe, reliable, inclusive, and accessible to all users of the City of Hamilton's public transit services. We achieve this by providing a customer experience that meets or exceeds their expectations, by maintaining the service and infrastructure in a state of good repair, and by having the vision to accommodate future needs. Transit will continue building a reputation that leads people to make transit their first choice. In these next few slides, I have tried to highlight some of the actions that we had to take early on in the pandemic as we navigated through those first months in the spring. As I mentioned earlier, we were able to maintain services so that those essential workers could rely on us to get to their jobs. But this was no small task with everything that we had to do in the background to deliver on our promises. The health and safety of all our employees was and continues to be our main priority as we continue to navigate the COVID world. To ensure this, our main focus early on in 2020 was around modifications to the buses to protect the operators and ensure that physical distancing could be maintained. From the additional cleaning of the fleet and the application of a microbial shield to moving the yellow line back so that customers were not crowding around the operator compartment, to eventually pausing fare collection and moving to rear door loading until such time as we were able to install the bioshields and return to fare collection in July. Outfitting 267 buses with a bioshield that had to be designed and produced was no small feat. Internally, our maintenance staff designed and produced the first mock-up of a bioshield, and then we worked with Transit's Health and Safety Committee as well, hand in hand with the union executive, to refine the design. We were fortunate enough to work with Archmill, a local company located in Ancaster, to bring that prototype design to reality. I would like to take a moment to publicly acknowledge Luke Bingham, installation manager, and Larry Buchan, senior project manager from Archmill, and all their team who prioritized our design and delivered on their promise to have the bioshields produced and installed so we could provide a safe work environment for our operators as we return to front door loading and resume fare collection. We immediately reduced service levels in order to maintain service reliability in the event of cancellations due to potential staffing impacts so that our customers who work for those essential services could get home and to their jobs safely. This required us to mobilize and complete a process that typically takes upwards of 2 months to be done over the course of a weekend, so we would be ready. Our planning staff moved mountains to get those schedules created and ready for the operators to sign on. When I spoke around the dedication of the frontline operators, they had to re-sign the schedules, and for some of them, that meant disrupting their family lives on very short notice. But being the professionals that they are, this all happened seamlessly. Going to rear door loading impacted our customers who use a personal mobility device, as they were now required to travel with a companion to activate the ramp. We worked with DARTs to provide a stop-to-stop service on our conventional routes, whereby those customers who could not travel with a companion, could call and schedule a pickup and drop off as they required. For a period of time, we were conducting perpetual signups so that we had enough schedules ready to go in the event we had to adjust based on the demand we were experiencing. So that meant reducing service levels initially to an enhanced Saturday level service, then moving to a weekday summer service level, which is where we are currently operating today and is approximately 90% of our historical weekday service levels. Capacity levels on our vehicles presented another big challenge for us, and this is where the maintenance staff stepped up and did their part to support the frontline staff. Between sectioning off portions of the bus to blocking off seats and all the appropriate signage that had to be posted and updated, we installed and updated approximately 9,200 signs and decals and installed 1,100 bungee cords to block off sections of the bus to ensure physical distancing. The service line took this in stride, and on top of the additional enhanced cleaning they were doing nightly, they stepped up and added this to their duties, with some of these changes having to be implemented from one day to the next. As you can appreciate, with the magnitude of changes that we were experiencing and the immediacy and timing of them, we had to get this information out to our customers, as well as internally to our staff that were being affected. We leveraged every communication channel that we had available, including our social media channels, messaging on the bus destination signs, interior announcements, and messaging on buses and shelters, as well as supporting the EOC with their media briefings and participating in town halls. I want to acknowledge and thank the corporate communications team for all their support they gave us to ensure that our messages were getting out there in a timely and most effective manner. And I also want to take an opportunity to thank and acknowledge the EOC. Their support was critical in the early spring, and they worked tirelessly to ensure that decisions were being made to support our business as quickly as we needed them, so that our frontline staff were safe and transit services were not impacted more than absolutely necessary. And finally, when it became evident that we were facing a worldwide pandemic, the likes that no one had experienced in recent times and with no end in sight, it was important that the operators really understood how crucial their services were to the community. So we launched the Love HSR Driver campaign. We thought that it was important that the operators knew how appreciative the community was for their dedicated services that they were demonstrating day in and day out. We posted their pictures on our Twitter and Facebook accounts, and customers were taking the time to say thank you and express their appreciation. We then created a wall of heroes at the Mountain Transit Center and posted those customer comments so the operators and maintenance staff could see how truly the community loved them. As I'm going to discuss each of these trends and issues over the next several slides for the transit industry and transit in Hamilton, there is not any area that has not been impacted by COVID, now and certainly in the future. Unfortunately, given the rapidly changing landscape of the pandemic and uncertainty of the timing of the vaccine rollout, there are more questions that will continue to remain unanswered than answered at this time. We will continue to support all Vision Zero priorities that will be implemented to ensure that transit's operational impacts are identified and addressed so that we can be a positive contributor to increasing the safety of pedestrians, cyclists, and all other users of the road. The importance of collaboration between our partners across public works, as well as planning and economic development and healthy and safety communities, is more critical than ever. In fact, because many cyclists, pedestrians also take the bus, By ensuring the safety of those more vulnerable road users, we're also ensuring the safety of our transit customers. In terms of equity, diversity, and inclusion, access to transit is a core principle for enabling greater equity in society. We know that our customers are very diverse and reflect the broader demographics of the city. We have riders of all ages and abilities on our buses. Typically, a higher portion of transit riders are women and Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And research in the industry has shown this to be even more true during the pandemic. We need to ensure that our customers are not disadvantaged by using transit as their primary mode of transportation, whether by choice or by necessity, and that all residents continue to have equitable access to community resources, regardless of whether they have access to a car. In fact, we see this as a real opportunity to grow our ridership. The more our staff and outreach efforts reflect the diversity of the community, and the more our residents can feel safe and welcome on transit, the more our ridership will grow. So we are very committed to equity, diversity, and inclusion. Not only does this align with this term of council's priority, it is also a key to achieving the city's vision of being the best place to raise a child and age successfully. Transit plays a huge role in addressing the climate emergency. Firstly, our conversion to compressed natural gas that council approved in 2013 put Hamilton on the map as leaders in delivering transit services using a low-emission vehicle. Hamilton has one of the greenest, cleanest transit fleets in Canada. We currently have 51% of our buses run on compressed natural gas. Although the majority of our focus for 2020 was our COVID-related response, we continue to develop a framework for introduction of electric vehicles into our fleet by continuing to track the rollout of electric vehicles across the industry, as well as engaging electric bus experts to assist with the development of what our electric strategy will be, and as well, developing partnerships for electric implementation. Also, we must not forget that a robust public transit service allows for people to get out of their cars and onto transit, thereby reducing transportation-related CO2 emissions, which currently 76% of those emissions result from car travel. When we look at ridership and revenue, I think it is important to remind Council and those residents who have joined us and are listening in today where we were before COVID hit in March of 2020. Through Council's significant investments and continued commitment to the 10-year local transit strategy, with the implementation of year 4 of that strategy, we ended 2019 exceeding both budget and actuals for revenues and ridership, and this trend continued through the first 2 months of 2020. As the impacts of the pandemic started to take hold and the province went into lockdown, ridership and revenues began to decline. And in March, when we went to rear door loading and suspended fare collection, all revenues coming into our fare boxes ceased. At the time of this presentation was prepared, we only had forecasted year-end numbers, and now those have been finalized. Revenues came in at the forecasted number on the slide that you see there, and ridership actually exceeded our forecast by 10,000 additional rides. With the arrival of the vaccine, and as we start turning our minds towards recovery, we have made initial assumptions on what we know today and how those assumptions will play out from a ridership perspective as we progress through 2021. The province is currently in a second wave requiring a second lockdown. University and colleges remain virtual for the winter and summer, and it is expected that healthcare workers and the vulnerable population will be immunized by the end of March, and that everyone wanting to be vaccinated will receive one by December of 2021. In forecasting revenue and ridership for this year, staff is anticipating that restrictions will start to lift April through August, allowing larger gatherings, while schools will return to regular programming in September, and that some employers will begin to have employees return to the workplace. Based on all of this and what we know today, we are forecasting to achieve 54% of our 2021 budgeted ridership and 57% of our 2021 budgeted revenues. Again, I must stress that these are assumptions based on what we know today. As has been our experience navigating through the pandemic, our assumptions will have to be revisited as we continue to move through 2021 and as the economy begins and continues to recover. As well, we will be analyzing and planning for the longer-term impacts that COVID will have to transit ridership. We will be working hand in hand with other agencies within the GTHA and across Canada, as well with the Canadian Urban Transit Association, the Ontario Public Transit Association, the American Public Transit Association, to gather as much relevant data to drive our decisions as we continue to recover. In the fall of 2020, the Ontario government announced the Safe Restart Agreement program to support transit agencies, with funding in 2 phases to be allocated to cover the revenue shortfalls for the period from April 1st of 2020 through to March 31st of this year. Hamilton's Phase 1 funding allocation was $17.2 million, of which $11.9 million is being used against the revenue shortfalls from April to December of last year. The remaining funding will be applied to the period from January to March of this year. The GTHA mayors and chairs continue to advocate on behalf of their respective municipalities for a Safe Restart Agreement 2.0 to cover the remaining period from March to the end of 2021. At this time, there has been no further announcements from the province regarding the continuation of funding. Last week, we received confirmation that our provincial gas tax allocation for 2021-2020 is $11,687,000, which represents a 2% increase over 2019's allocation. 2020's allocation is calculated based on our 2019 ridership numbers, population, and tax collected at the gas pumps. We rely on these funds to support operational improvements that we have implemented since the gas tax program was initiated in 2006. The impacts of COVID on ridership and reduced gas consumption could negatively impact our allocation in future years. As Council is aware, we have partnered with McMaster, Mohawk, and Redeemer to provide a universal bus pass for students attending those learning institutions. Pre-COVID revenues from the UPass program generate approximately $8.7 million annually. With classes continuing this year to be delivered remotely, we saw a pause in our agreements with the universities and college, resulting in lost revenue. Based on our assumptions, we are anticipating classes returning to an in-class model in September, and those revenues from the UPass program returning. As part of the 2020 budget process, Council approved the implementation of Year 5 of the 10-year local transit strategy that targeted service improvements for September of 2020. Due to the impacts of COVID, in June, Council supported Transit's recommendation to postpone implementation of Year 5 for 1 year to September of this year. As we begin to recover from COVID, the implementation of Year 5 will be more important than ever to ensure that the planned service improvements are targeted to the areas with the greatest opportunity for ridership growth. COVID has taught us the value of transit to keep the economy and essential services moving. As we look to the future, the city's very resiliency relies on a strong transit system that has the capacity to recover ridership. The Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery is one very good example that demonstrates how the continued growth and sustainability of transit is critical to achieving the city's major goals by enabling access to employment and improving the quality of life for the residents of the city. Transit is also a foundational component across a number of other major city initiatives, including the age-friendly plan, the youth strategy, the food strategy, the tourism strategy, and the housing and homeless action plan, to name only a few. Transit ridership will recover, and in fact, the city relies on transit's ridership recovery. Although COVID has temporarily set back ridership targets for transit agencies everywhere, COVID has also highlighted that transit is integral to all cities' very survival and future sustainability. In other words, a strong transit system supports and bolsters economic growth, social inclusion, cultural vibrancy, and environmental balance. Our roadmap to the future, the 10-year local transit strategy, will be updated to realign and update the way forward, taking in trends from COVID and, of course, Re-envision. The overall envelope and goal to grow ridership in the 10-year transit strategy will remain the same as we continue to strive to reach the modal split target of 12% set in the Transportation Master Plan by 2031. The 10-year transit strategy at the time of council approval had identified approximately $300 million of unfunded capital, with the bulk of the funding required for a second maintenance and storage facility and expansion buses. The plan also identified the need for funding from higher levels of government. As council will recall, in 2017, the federal government created the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund, or PTIF. Council supported and approved 17 projects to be funded 50% municipally, with the remainder 50% being funded by the federal government and administered by the province. It was anticipated that there would be a phase 2, and in 2018, the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, or ISIP, was announced. The transit investment available for Hamilton was nearly $511 million. The ISIP allocation of funding is 40% federal dollars, 33% provincial, and 27% municipal. Council supported and approved Transit's 8 ISIP projects, and our application was submitted to the province in October of 2019. Included in our submission was the second maintenance and storage facility and replacement and expansion buses. In July of 2020, we received confirmation that our projects had been recommended by the province and forwarded to the federal government for final approval. As of today's date, we still have not received our federal approvals for our submitted ISIP projects. The most crucial factor for our success as we recover from the pandemic and continue growing transit through the 10-year transit strategy will be the construction and completion of a second maintenance and storage facility. We are beyond our capacity at the current facility. The building was designed to store and maintain a fleet of 240-foot buses, and we currently have 267 buses, of which 49 are 60-foot articulated vehicles. Not only is there a need to store the vehicles, but also we require the maintenance area in order to maintain these vehicles throughout their 12-year life cycle. As part of our strategy to introduce electric technology into our fleet, we are designing the second MSF to accommodate that technology, as we do not have the capacity at our existing garage. The plan to leverage available funding was to rely on PTIF funding to design the second facility and be shovel-ready when ISIP funding was approved, and leverage that funding to complete its construction. Despite the many challenges we faced with COVID and the resulting negative impacts to our business, we were able to make significant progress on the Presto file. At the end of November 2020, working through all the requirements of COVID in the workplace, we had replaced the Presto devices on the entire fleet of 267 buses. As part of the operating agreement with Presto, we are now required to achieve an 80% adoption rate by November of 2021. In anticipation of this requirement, in July of 2020, Council approved the elimination of all paper tickets and passes effective November of last year. From the time of that approval, we have seen a steady increase in Presto adoption rates, and at the end of last year, we were at 78% adoption rate. We also worked closely with Presto, and along with Durham Region, we were the first transit agencies in the GTHA to offer e-tickets in September of last year. This was an additional means by which we could collect fares contactlessly. We will continue to work with Presto as they continue to roll out other fare payment options to allow our customers the flexibility to pay their fares without having to purchase and present a Presto card to ride transit in the GTHA. We can't talk about the future of transit in the City of Hamilton without discussing the recommendations from the Transportation Task Force, the impacts of area rating on transit growth, and the implementation of Re-envision. When I'm talking about the recommendations from the Transportation Task Force, it's the impact of implementation of those recommendations. As we know, transit will play a crucial role in the economic recovery of the city, and how we move people across the city will directly impact that recovery. Depending on what the final decision of council is, LRT, BRT, the construction timeframe of either of those projects will have an impact on how transit continues to operate, maintains its ridership, and be ready for new ridership as the projects near their completion. As we look at the growth that the city is experiencing in the Airport Employment Growth District, or AEGD, the Red Hill, Ancaster, Flamborough, and Stony Creek business parks, and the increasing demand for transit services to get employees to those employers and to attract new employers to those areas, the constraints that area rating has on transit development will have to be addressed. We will never be able to realize the economic benefits a robust transit system brings to a city if we are not able to get services to where the demand is. Our efforts to re-envision the HSR are focused on improving our customer experience by engaging with our customers in meaningful ways, while also reconfiguring our transit network to prepare for the recent and future growth of the city. Ultimately, Re-envision is about growing our ridership, ensuring the long-term sustainability of the service. A key outcome of the project will enable council to have a longer-term perspective on how that growth in the network will occur over the remaining years of the 10-year local transit strategy, and will support the decision-making with respect to the core issue of area rating, which impacts our ability to deliver an equitable service level across all areas of the city. So now on to the 2021 budget details. The 2021 transit budget is a maintenance budget, which includes year 5 of the 10-year local transit strategy, and these are the key drivers informing the 3.4% increase. For employee-related costs, as a reminder to council and for presentation purposes, we wanted to highlight what the employee-related costs would be before applying the annualized reduction amount of $960,000 that was related to the underperforming routes that council approved as part of the 2020 budget process. The reduction was made up of $857,000 for employee-related cost and $103,000 for related vehicle expenses. When you apply the $857,000 reduction specifically for employee-related costs, the actual increase to the 2021 budget is $1.5 million, which represents a 2% increase. The employee-related costs are being driven by COLA and contractual obligations. For Presto, the final phase-in of rates also occur this year, bringing the total commission to be paid to 9% with an increase of $1,341,000 million. Sorry. This is the final large increase that will be incurred for this agreement, which for 2021 is offset by a one-time savings of $566,000, resulting from the removal of paper fare media and the shift to maintenance of our new equipment to Presto. This increase matches our budgeted revenue. However, since we do not anticipate reaching our budget revenue levels for 2021, this amount is being placed in a reserve to allow for maximum recovery from the Safe Restart Agreement. 0.3% of the 3.4% increase is due to inflationary increases to the cost of new vehicles to continue to ensure the sustainability of the transit fleet reserve. Finally, a reduction of 0.5% resulting from the decrease in the cost per liter of diesel. As a reminder, these are the increases that were approved as part of the 2020 budget. Year 5 increases include 13 additional buses, 35 full-time employees, of which 29 will be operators, a 5-cent fare increase in September, with an additional 46,000 hours of service added. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, due to the impacts of COVID, Council supported staff's recommendation to postpone implementation of Year 5 to September of this year. The in-year savings resulting from the postponement was $823,000. These savings are broken down as follows. We saw savings on employee-related and maintenance costs and a loss of just over $1 million in fare revenue for a net savings of just over $990,000. We did not purchase any expansion vehicles, so we realized a savings of $822,000 as we did not have to make a contribution to the vehicle reserve. We also did not access the $990,000 from the tax stabilization reserve as originally planned. As was the case with ridership, decline on specialized transit saw a 63% reduction in ridership, and that decline continues to operate today. We have maintained the budget at the same levels as 2020, which is broken down on the top line of this slide. For 2020, we are forecasting 327,450 trips at a cost of just over $14.2 million. The forecasted cost per trip is a result of the reduced capacity on the DARTS vehicles due to physical distancing and the contractual obligations of their collective agreement. The service improvements that we had planned as part of Year 5 for implementation in September remain unchanged. As a reminder, these investments are focused on working towards achieving the 12% modal split target identified in the Transportation Master Plan. Route 44 Rymal is the future S-line of the BLAST network, and it operates from Confederation GO Station in the northeast of the end of the city to the Ancaster Business Park in the far west of the city. The Rymal corridor has seen significant residential and commercial growth over the past few years. This growth has not slowed down during COVID and will continue in 2021 and beyond. As this corridor continues to grow, this provides the greatest opportunity to attract new transit customers. I can't stress enough the importance of the continued growth along this corridor. To put this in perspective, while system-wide demand had returned to approximately 46% in the fall compared to pre-COVID, the Route 44 during the same period had returned to approximately 67%, outpacing the return in demand of all other routes with the exception of Waterdown. Along the corridor, our service connects employees with two of Hamilton's business parks and the students with their secondary and post-secondary educational institutions. As of fall 2020, there are now 8 such institutions on or within walking distance of the route, with an expected total enrollment of over 10,000 students. Route 44 serves as the underlying local future service to the S-line of the BLAST network, and transit along the corridor will support the northeast portion of the AEGD. Route 20 operates from Pier 8 in the north end of the city to John C. Munro International Airport in Mount Hope. The A-line route supports connected planned residential growth at Pier 8, both downtown GO stations, the McNabb Terminal, Mohawk College, and commercial and employment growth in the AEGD. This will give us another great opportunity to attract new customers to our service. The Route 20 A-line was the second of the BLAST lines to be introduced and requires continued investment to achieve the end goal of build out to support growth needs of the community and education employment partners. Route 20 is a key focus in supporting the AEGD, including getting employees to expanded distribution centers like DHL and the new Amazon Fulfillment Center. As part of the Year 5 enhancements, Route 44 will also be extended via the Upper Red Hill extension to service Heritage Green. New service stops will be accessible to customers along the extension, adjacent to the newly developed Central Park neighborhood. These changes to the routing structures will provide vast improvement in access to service and connectivity between routes on the Stony Creek Mountain. Once again, another opportunity to get people out of their cars and onto transit. I'm now going to turn it over to Jay Adams, Senior Project Manager of Customer Experience and Innovation, to provide you with the update on Re-envision. Over to you, Jay.
Thank you, Debbie, and thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor and members of Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today about this very important milestone in the Re-envision the HSR project. As Debbie mentioned, my name is Jay Adams, and I'm a project manager supporting the Re-envision initiative. Like many other city initiatives, the Re-envision project has experienced significant impacts due to the pandemic, in particular on our project timeline. And today I'm going to talk to you about those impacts and also how we're moving forward with the project. And I'll be sharing some exciting information about the project that promises to really positively impact the future of transit in Hamilton. Despite the challenges we faced in the last year, we're still very much committed to successfully fulfilling the outcomes of this project in 2021. Re-envision has been key to the future sustainability and growth of our network, and also to our plans to grow ridership over the remaining years of the 10-year local transit strategy. Sorry, just back one slide. Thanks. So in terms of the timeline for the project, if you will recall, in the early part of 2019, we had done a big survey of all of our customers and potential new customers. We had a really tremendous response to that survey. And we had done a great deal of relationship building across the city too, connecting with businesses and neighborhood associations, BIAs, and a number of other stakeholders. And we were just starting to get underway with our plans to develop guiding principles and do public engagement on those guiding principles in the early part of 2020. And when the pandemic had struck. And we had hoped for a short duration of the pandemic, but obviously things did turn out quite differently. And unfortunately, all of that great public engagement work that we had planned through the spring and summer and the fall to visit all those community events and festivals throughout the city, unfortunately was not able to take place. In addition, to support all of our operational requirements, all of our staff were diverted to focusing on supporting the operations and making sure that we could keep the service on the road. So the staff that were contributing to the project, unfortunately, were not able to continue contributing throughout most of 2020. So as a result, the project was effectively paused for the better part of last year. So we're very excited to be back before you today to talk about how we can get back on track with our project timeline. Obviously, it is very heavily dependent on how the course of the pandemic continues through the rest of the next several months. But we are very confident that we're able to move forward with our strategies now. They obviously will be very different. We won't be able to get out into the communities the way we had hoped, at least not until it's safe to do so again. But we have learned a lot about how we can do great work in terms of digital public engagement to really support the guiding principles that I'll be talking about later on today. So our plan here today is to kick off that opportunity with our project and to build back on that great momentum that we had at the beginning of 2020, to really go back out into the community and re-engage with our customers and those stakeholders that we had met with to build of this project. In the spring and summer, today I'll be presenting the draft guiding principles for you. And those guiding principles are based on all that research and engagement efforts that I'd spoken about earlier. And we'll be talking about how we'll be going out into the community now and getting a great deal of support and really connecting with our customers to make sure that those guiding principles, they really resonate with our customer base and that they help form the future of transit. Later in the spring and summer, we'll be returning to Public Works Committee with the results of that public engagement effort with confirmed guiding principles and really talking about the opportunities we have to build out our action plans that would improve our customer experience and really attract that new ridership, and also to start talking about the guidelines that would inform and support our network reconfiguration. Later in the fall, we'll be back again before Public Works Committee with more information and more detail about exactly what that reconfiguration may look like, and talk about the proposed roadmap that would guide the remaining years of the 10-year local transit strategy, and inform exactly how those enhancements over time could be made throughout the network in our city. So while our timeline has definitely been impacted, our direction is still moving forward with this project as soon as possible. And overall, we continue to progress towards stability in our day-to-day operations. We expect that the overall delays to the project to be approximately 9 to 12 months, but our direction is definitely to still move forward. Before I begin talking about some of that information, I just want to echo Debbie's earlier comments about the amazing privilege and honor it has been to be part of transit during this really incredible time. Although many have spoken about the decline in ridership, and it's certainly an issue that's North America-wide for transit agencies, and something we'll be very focused on recovering from. I like to think of it in terms of the positive side of it, the fact that during the height of the emergency, we kept as many as 30% of the essential workers in our community going. Those folks helping to support long-term care homes and the healthcare system. We heard from many of them during that time about how essential transit was to ensuring that they could get to their jobs and complete that important role in the community. We also know that transit was essential to food service workers and retail across the city, and making sure that even our manufacturing industries and food manufacturing were able to continue through that a scary time. Even the people that are responsible for stocking shelves and shipping products across the city, many of them rely on transit to do those jobs. And so it was really important for us to make sure that we could sustain that service during that time. You know, transit was a lifeline to those essential workers, and those essential workers were a lifeline to the rest of us. And that's something we will not lose sight of as we go forward with the rest of this project. So it really has informed, although Re-envision is very much about growing our ridership, this experience has also really informed us about the greater purpose that transit has within the community. And so as we go forward with Re-envision, we'll really be thinking about that ridership and that purpose and how we can bring those together. Sustainability of the transit system is key to our future, and our plans will eventually require a full appreciation of the impacts on the pandemic, as there are still many uncertainties, as Debbie had mentioned. But a key focus for us in 2020 will be to support the recovery of our ridership as soon as it's safe to do so. Just talking about the purpose of Re-envision, we often talk about our approach, which is this quality loop that you see before you. And beginning in the top right, we talk about our service targets, and that's the plans that we have in place to put our service on the road, the council-approved service standards, our 10-year strategy, our annual service plans, all of those things that go into planning for the operations that we're going to support in the city. But as we work clockwise, our service performance is the actual service we put on the road. And so as much as possible, we seek to achieve our targets, but in some cases, we don't always achieve those. And measuring the performance of our actual service on the road and comparing that to our service targets gives us a great opportunity to think about how we could improve in the day-to-day operations and improve the service that we put on the road so that our performance more closely matches our service targets. As we continue clockwise, that actual service that we put on the road is really what drives our customer satisfaction. And so when that performance is not meeting our service targets and our plans, that drives a lower level of satisfaction for our customers. And so we're really thoughtful about making sure that as much as possible, we can match that performance to our targets to bolster our customer satisfaction. That satisfaction then in turn drives the customer expectations. And this is what customers expect from the service. And the significant gap between what they expect and what they receive is really key to informing how we can make sure that we get as many of those new customers on board as possible. And expectations are driven a lot by what's happening in the world around us too. And those expectations are becoming higher and higher as we see some disruption in the transportation industry. So we really have to be thoughtful about this whole quality loop when we're planning out our service. And we see the draft guiding principles that I'm about to talk about in a few minutes as key to informing all of our plans around this. So we're very, very excited about the engagement that we've had with our customers and with the broader public. And Re-envision has been very much based in broad and deep engagement across the whole city. It's been very exciting for us to see the level of engagement and action and interest in all the work that we're doing. We've had almost 12,000 interactions with our customers and residents, including surveys and conversations we've had in the community and at events, as well as our digital engagement efforts, which have included a newsletter and our digital engagement on our MyHSR platform, which is the precursor to Engage Hamilton. So it's been very exciting, even on our social media channels, to see the level of interaction and engagement with our customer base. We've had tens of thousands of visits to our website and tens of thousands of views of our launch video, which we're very excited about. We've including the MyHSR survey and our attendance at these events and social media. We also have seen in our recent Our City survey results that have come back that are very much in line. Over and over, the key themes that we've heard across all of these areas have been very consistent, and it gives us a great level of confidence as we move forward that we really do understand the key drivers of satisfaction for our customers, and it gives us a great foundation to really build some action strategies out of that. Just a reflection on some of the key things that we've heard. And in terms of our overall satisfaction, it was positive. We definitely have positive satisfaction levels for many of our customers. But when we did ask about satisfaction, there were definitely some areas for improvement. And so it's that areas for improvement that we really do want to focus on. When we asked our existing customers, what's important to you? What are the key things that you want in the service that you're not getting today? Far and away, the key one was on-time service reliability. So definitely making sure that our buses arrive when we say they're going to arrive, and that we're able to get people to their destinations on time. Another key issue that was raised was waiting time at transfers and connections. And so as we think about our network in the future, we think about how we can optimize those connections to make waiting time less for our customers. While they're waiting, we want to make sure that they're protected from weather protection and that they have comfort and cleanliness at the stops and shelters. So this was a key issue raised by our customers as well, and we very much want to address this as we go forward. Frequency on weekends and holidays was another key issue. So seeing that 7-day-a-week service improved across the whole city was something that was of top concern. And finally, bus crowdedness. And of course, over the last year, we haven't had those post-secondary students going to school, and a lot of other people maybe haven't been traveling during this time. So crowding has been different. But we do expect this to resume to be an issue again as those places get back into their places of work or study. But also in the last year, the issue of bus crowding has actually really shifted. People's perception of what a crowded bus is very different now. And so as we continue to respond to the pandemic, that's a key thing that we'll be focused on, and building that confidence in our system as we continue to have more and more of our riders return. In terms of potential new customers, so those folks that we really do want to attract to the service who gave us great feedback, the key things for them were very similar, but they also indicated that they wanted to see a reduced number of transfers. And so the way our system is built today does require many transfers sometimes to get to a particular destination. And so how can we reduce that and enable more direct trips to some of those key destinations in the city? They also wanted to see a reduced total trip time, more similar to the car. So we hear often that it's so much easier or shorter time to drive in the car than it is to take transit. And we want to think about how we could make that a more equitable thing and really reduce their total trip time to enable them to come onto transit. And finally, seeing increased connectivity to other modes of transportation. So whether that's GO Transit or Burlington Transit or cycling infrastructure or other modes of transportation that are emerging, really seeing that multimodal experience be enabled by our transit network. And finally, this key theme is something that we heard about over and over again with our engagement across the community and with many stakeholders, is really thinking about fair affordability. And so we know that our service is one of the most affordable in the GTHA. However, we do recognize that there are still many members of our community for whom even that affordable service of transit is not affordable for them, and they're not able to access the service. And so we want to be very thoughtful about how we can support as many people having access to the service as possible. The one great thing is that when we talk to all of these customers, both our current and potential customers expressed a willingness to continue using or start using transit if the service is improved, and that means we have a great opportunity to grow our ridership further. Sorry. Just a little bit to talk about the guiding principles, and you see that there are 6 of those draft guiding principles that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. The guiding principles for us are the philosophies that will guide all of our work going forward. So it isn't just about the Re-envision project, it's about our entire division and how we can make these guiding principles come to life across our whole division. They define the target outcomes that we expect to achieve. And there's also another level of detail that we've shared in the information report that's accompanying today's presentation. And that's about the operating principles. So these are the approaches that we would take within our division to support us achieving those target outcomes. Later, when we come before Public Works Committee in the spring and summer, we will come forward also with action plans. So the specific projects and the work that we want to undertake or that we propose to undertake with specific timelines and measures defined that we think will really drive a really positive customer experience and help us build that ridership. So the following 6 draft guiding principles, they're presented in no particular order. Although the first one, customer experience is at the heart of what we do, is very exciting for me because, of course, I work in the customer experience side of things. So when we talk about this draft guiding principle, we're talking about how we communicate transparently with our customers and how we enable them to know their rights and responsibilities when riding on transit. We want to make sure that we're very clearly communicating our policies and that we're doing so in a helpful way. We've learned so much over the last year about how to do this successfully, and I really do have to credit our customers with the amazing wisdom and patience that they've shown during this time because so much change has happened for them and they've been able to respond and adapt, and we really do appreciate that they've been doing that. We want to be easy to use at every step of the journey. So from the moment that someone considers, hey, I want to take the bus, to the moment they're getting off the bus at their destination and all those points in between, we want to make sure all of those are as easy to use as possible for our customers. There's many ways that we want to do this, and we want to very much include customers in the design of our services. And when things do go wrong, and sometimes they do with a service as big as ours, we want to think about how we can make it go right again for those customers. So really responding to their feedback and complaints in a way that they feel that they've had their issue resolved satisfactorily, and really thinking about how we can use that information that they share with us to continuously improve our service. And the next guiding principle is we honor equity, diversity, and inclusion. And so as Debbie spoke about earlier, this is a very important one for us. At the core of this guiding principle is affordability, that issue that I spoke of previously. We want to make sure that everyone can afford to take transit when they need it. And whether that's youth going to their co-op placements or part-time jobs, or seniors being able to continue to engage in their communities and neighborhoods, and people accessing food banks and underemployed and unemployed people, all of those folks searching for jobs and opportunities in the community and accessing social and health resources, we really do understand the importance of enabling as much access to those folks as possible. And so this will be working within our existing programs and policy and really making sure they're working as effectively as possible, and also looking for opportunities to innovate and do other important things that we think may enable greater access. We also want to continue working within the framework of the AODA legislation, but to do so in a way that is so successful that it actually creates a much more barrier-free and accessible experience for all people, including people with disabilities. And so we're very excited to engage with members of the community who have disabilities and our advisory committee for people with disabilities who have really important information and insights to share with us, and that may help us move forward with some of these strategies. We also want to make sure that everyone really feels that they have a right and feels safe and welcome on transit, that we continually apply a gender equity lens to our planning of the network and also the safety of our infrastructure, that we actively work with newcomer communities and engage them in our service, and that we ensure that we have a hate-free experience for our customers. As Debbie mentioned earlier, we don't only see EDI as really important and a core component of our service, we really see it as an opportunity to grow our ridership by connecting with those audiences that we hope will become users of transit. The third draft guiding principle is we deliver on our promise. And so this is really key to the right side of that quality loop that I spoke of earlier, really ensuring that the service we plan to put on the road is the service that we put on the road as much as possible. And this most commonly relates to those council-approved service standards in our annual service plans and our 10-year local transit strategy and our day-to-day operations. Most importantly, we want customers to be able to rely on us, as I mentioned earlier, is a key issue for them. And we want to make sure that they really can rely on us when they plan their trips, whether it's using digital trip planning tools or schedules and timetables or third-party tools even, that we are able to be predictable and that they know that they can rely on those times that they receive. And also that our buses will arrive as on time as possible and get them to their destination as much as possible. We also want to make sure that customers can access transit when and where they need it. So really thinking about those communities where possibly our service is underserving or underperforming today and how we can improve upon the access and the quality of the service in those neighborhoods and communities. We want to make sure that our buses are clean and comfortable, which is especially true now as people have really heightened desire to see clean environments that they're using and really make sure that those practices are as top-notch as possible. We want to make sure that we are managing and minimizing our overcrowding, that issue that I spoke of earlier, and really thinking about how we support our customers through some of those more crowded corridors of our city. And finally, we want to make sure our stops and shelters and terminals are welcoming places, that they're clean and free of graffiti, that they're comfortable and they're accessible, to have good accessible amenities, that contribute positively to the neighborhoods that they're in. We know it's so important when we go through neighborhoods, the presence of stops and shelters and communities is so important to those communities, and really making sure they're situated in the right places and that they're actually contributing positively to the neighborhoods they're in. So if the previous guiding principle was about the service we have today, this guiding principle, we connect, innovate, and evolve, is really about the service of our future. And this is really thinking about how we could continue to connect across the city and innovate the service and evolve it over time. Customers, we very much want to make sure customers can connect with other forms of transportation and that we're connecting with our customers really, really strongly to make sure that they can complete their journey across all transit modes, whatever they're taking, whether it's GO Transit or Burlington Transit or cycling, making sure that that experience is fully integrated for them. As we continue on our path toward our reconfiguration of our transit network, our focus is on enabling growth for the future. And we want to make sure that we can do that network reconfiguration in a way that's very effective and efficient use of those resources across the city. We definitely plan to leverage technology and other innovations to ensure that we're continually adapting our service and that our customers can benefit from new and exciting features as they make transit their first choice. And also the way we connect with those customers through our marketing efforts, we really do want to make sure we're developing and executing creative and evidence-based marketing that we know will drive that higher ridership over time. None of these plans would be possible without the contributions of each and every one of our employees. And so our fifth draft guiding principle is we engage with employees to improve customer experience. Our operators are the eyes and ears of the community, and they collectively are traveling across the city hundreds of times a day. And our frontline employees have such important knowledge to share with us, and their participation in continuous improvement opportunities is really essential to the success of this project. And throughout this project, our employees across the division have shared generously their insights and their ideas. They're actually very excited and share many great ideas about how we could evolve transit over time. So we're really excited that they're engaged and they're wanting to be part of the future of transit in Hamilton. Our goal is that customers continue to celebrate the quality of the experience they receive from our staff. And we can achieve this by recruiting the best and brightest customer service ambassadors to our service, and also making sure that we're giving them the ongoing training to support and continually enhance their skills. And the final draft guiding principle is the big picture, and it's that we make a positive impact on communities, the environment, and the economy. So when we're talking about communities, we definitely want to make sure that as much as possible, those are designed to prioritize transit service, while also ensuring the safety of other road users, including cyclists and pedestrians, as Debbie had mentioned earlier. We want to build strong relationships with businesses to benefit their employees and their customers. We continue to work with BIAs and with business parks and chambers of commerce across the city to build those relationships and support that economic development. We collaborate with community partners who are able to have trust and confidence in the HSR. So we really want to make sure that we're building those relationships also with neighborhood communities, associations, and other stakeholders in the community that are doing important work. We continue to understand, of course, this is so important. We continue to understand the purpose of transit in an emergency, and whether that's a pandemic emergency or economic emergency or climate emergency or even the major weather events that happen year to year. We really do want to make sure that transit is there in those emergencies to help our community go. And finally, that the HSR continues its legacy of being one of the greenest transit fleets in Canada, and we're very proud of that history and very excited about the opportunities that continue to come forward to make sure that we're playing that role in the community. So in conclusion, we're very excited to be sharing this information with you and also with the public today, and starting to do that work to re-engage with our customers and the many stakeholders that have contributed to this project over the last years. Re-envision continues to be a transformation initiative for all of transit. I like to say that although not everything is going to change with transit, because we do many things well and we want to continue doing those things, we also didn't want to leave any stone unturned when we looked for the opportunities. So we really have gone across our entire service and even across our city in terms of the partnerships we have with other departments to really think about all those opportunities that exist there. The project is based on deep customer and stakeholder engagement with a focus on how we can improve their customer experience while also reconfiguring our network and our routes and our frequencies over time. And our objective is to make transportation the first choice in transportation, resulting in that increased modal share and the ridership that we know are our targets. We know these outcomes are essential to many of the city's priorities and council's priorities, including several of the plans and strategies that Debbie mentioned earlier. And although the pandemic has definitely impacted us over the last year, our direction for the project is still forward, and we're still focused on attracting that new ridership to the service. And our focus on innovating and modernizing the service is key to the sustainability of the network over time, and a key to us achieving the objectives of that 10-year local transit strategy and applying those resources to where they have the greatest opportunity to have a benefit. And with that, I will hand off to my colleague, Jason Vanderheide, who's going to talk about one of those opportunities for innovation.
Thank you, Jay, for that. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jason Vanderheide, Manager of Transit Planning and Infrastructure here with the City of Hamilton. And Jay has walked you through the guiding principles and described the importance of the quality loop for continuous improvement. And our objective really is to use these as tools to guide us when planning and delivering service to ensure that we're making transit everyone's first choice. And as Jay has described, and building upon it, where there's a misalignment between our service targets and performance with customer expectations and satisfaction, we need to find ways to innovate and improve. In Waterdown, we have a great example of a community where we're not meeting customer satisfaction and expectations. And in some cases, we're not meeting our service targets. In 2019, we began working within the transit division to really assess the challenges in Waterdown and look for a transit solution to overcome these challenges. I'm going to share with you today several of the problems faced in Waterdown and how we are applying the guiding principles and quality loop tools to a project and finding an innovative solution for Waterdown's transit needs. So this map here shows some of the primary transit challenges existing in Waterdown. And on the right side of the slide, you'll see a few of our guiding principles. And the icons next to them show that, you know, we're unhappy or we're really failing to meet or falling short of our goals. And one of our goals, as mentioned previously, is to have a positive impact on communities and the economy. Key areas of Waterdown within the urban boundary are not being reached through our conventional transit offering. Major employers like L3 Harris, Stryker, and businesses along Innovation Drive and Course Lab are not accessible by transit. A key community recreation facility in the same area, Harry Howell Arena, is also not accessible by transit. And the commercial corridor along Hamilton Drive in the center of town and residential growth areas on the east side of town need transit options. Another one of our goals is to honor equity and inclusion. Waterdown is disconnected from the rest of Hamilton by transit. Employment and recreation activities on the west side of Waterdown are not accessible for those who live directly within that community or those who are traveling from other areas outside of the community without access to cars. Our current service isn't supporting equitable and inclusive access to these key community destinations. We have a goal to deliver on our promise. And unfortunately, transit services in Waterdown are only meeting 2 of the 5 service standards and are falling short of the standards for coverage and utilization. We aim to have a positive impact on the environment, and because we have low utilization during both pre-COVID and COVID periods, this means that the majority of kilometers being operated in Waterdown annually are empty or underutilized, contributing unnecessarily to our carbon footprint. Looking ahead to delivering on our promise in the future, growth and the evolution of Waterdown's transportation network requires construction of arterial roads within the community in the next 5 years. And several of our traditional transit corridors will be significantly impacted during this period, restricting our ability to provide reliable transit service to this particular community. On this slide, again, we see a few of our guiding principles, but this time the icons show that we have some happiness or satisfaction, indicating where our actions are showing positive alignment to our goals. We have really endeavored to connect with the community in Waterdown. And in February of 2020, along with Councillor Partridge and our colleagues in economic development, we met with the business community to really get an understanding of their needs. And what we found out is that we're not meeting the needs of employers and employees trying to get to these employment centers on the west side of town due to the lack of transit. As Jay previously mentioned, through our Re-envision survey, we heard that current transit customers value, amongst other things, reduced waiting times, safety and security at bus stops, frequency of service on weekends and holidays, and weather protection at bus stops. We also learned that potential or infrequent transit customers would be willing to switch to transit or pay just a little bit extra for transit if there were improvements to journey times. And through both the Re-envision and our citizen surveys, we learned that Waterdown residents have varying levels of dissatisfaction with the transit services in the community as they currently exist. More broadly, and through consultation with our colleagues in economic development, we learned that employers looking to invest and locate their businesses in the city of Hamilton are really concerned with how employees can access their facilities through public transit. And in some cases, the lack of good transit options could be a deal breaker for them in their decision to locate here. And as Debbie and Jay have previously mentioned, Council has made climate change, multimodal transportation, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and integrated growth and development all high priorities for the remainder of this term. Transit truly does play a key role in contributing to moving these priorities forward. By using the quality loop and having evaluated our service performance against our targets, gaining insights into our customer expectations, and having a better understanding of the perception of transit services in Waterdown, we know we need to improve. But unfortunately, there are a couple of main barriers in the way of meeting transit needs in Waterdown. The first one is there's really an imbalance between the urgency to improve transit and the timing related to available funding for these types of improvements. As Waterdown continues to grow and the community's transit needs increase, the gap to fulfilling these needs is widening. The urgency of improvements is outpacing our ability to implement a solution through the investment timeline of the 10-year local transit strategy. And based on the progression of the 10-year local transit strategy, the earliest we could potentially implement traditional investments to meet these needs would be fall of 2022. However, continuing to invest in the current conventional service model for Waterdown and expand into areas not currently being served and to meet the needs of customers, it will be very costly and, to be frank, maybe a questionable value investment. Prior transit investments in Waterdown, while providing transit where it didn't previously exist, have yet to achieve the expected service targets and are not meeting the needs of the community. Before the COVID pandemic, we were already at a crossroads moment for transit in Waterdown and in need of finding a way to eliminate the barriers standing in our way of delivering reliable transit to meeting the traveling needs of this community. COVID has introduced a new barrier for transit, having had a significant immediate impact on ridership, and in Waterdown, this is no different. We still don't know the long-term impacts of COVID and how that will impact the progression of the implementation of future years of the 10-year local transit strategy. The long-term impacts of COVID could reinforce the widening of the gap between the urgency to improve transit in Waterdown and the timing for investments to achieve these improvements. As the saying goes, timing is everything. And all things being considered, now is the appropriate time to test an innovative solution that has the potential in setting the course for transit, not only in Waterdown, but also in other communities throughout the city that are facing similar challenges and barriers to good transit. The solution we're going to test in Waterdown through a pilot is on-demand transit. So what exactly is on-demand transit? Well, several things come to mind when you hear or think about it. It's flexible, it's innovative, it provides potentially a better experience to customers, it uses technology to leverage an old idea, but it really does need to be tested before fully committing to it. If I could sum it up in one sentence, on-demand transit is essentially transit catered to a customer's needs when they need it versus the customer adapting to transit schedules and routes that are catered to the masses, but who may not be using it. On-demand transit comes in many forms, and communities need to invest the time in determining which solution is best for their needs, as it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Forms of on-demand transit include transportation network companies. Uber and Lyft, shown here on the left of the slide, are familiar examples of private companies offering door-to-door services as part of a city's transportation network. They are usually non-shared rides and are demand responsive. And while more recently, these types of companies have ventured into exploring partnerships with transit agencies, they have traditionally been more akin to a taxi or car service than transit service, and operate as a separate transportation option to mass transit as they're more personalized. Microtransit comes in a few options, one option being mobility as a service. And several companies offer fully contracted out turnkey solutions using small vehicles like sedans, minivans, full-sized vans, or even short accessible buses. Grab Shuttle, pictured in the upper right of this slide, operated for about 2 years in Singapore, allowing customers to pre-book seats on a variety of vehicle types operating on fixed routes, or even to crowdsource a new route based on the number of bookings from a particular area at a common time. This is just one example of a mobility as a service, and these types of transit solutions typically provide a shared ride experience with limited space depending on the vehicle type. Using technology, they offer demand-responsive, flexible scheduling, and in most cases, dynamic routing of vehicles to bring transit to where it is needed when it is needed. Depending on the operation, they could provide services that are transit stop to home, hub to hub, or hub to home, and they really do provide a lot of flexibility. While some smaller communities like Niagara Region are using this type of solution to introduce transit where transit has previously not been operated, in larger communities, these are typically used for first mile, last mile solutions as an extension to existing transit, to fill gaps in a local transit system, or in some cases as a shuttle to a key origin destination location like an airport. Our own Transcab service is actually a form of mobility as a service. However, without many of the advantages that come with the modernization of technology. Another option is software as a service, and that's represented in the middle of the slide. Many of the same transportation network companies or mobility as a service providers also offer separate products for the use of their software and support services, allowing communities to optimize the use of their own operators and own vehicles to take advantage of the same technologies in providing demand-responsive, flexible scheduling and dynamic routing offered through their turnkey products. And lastly, there's macro transit, which we see here on the bottom right. And macro transit is much like microtransit in that it provides a self-adjusting system using technology. Buses already owned and operated by a municipality are dynamically routed in real time to meet the needs of customers who may not be on the traditional transit route. It combines the convenience of covering a large service area provided by other on-demand services and the space availability to meet productivity standards of conventional transit. Buses operate on regular fixed routes and then deviate to lower demand areas when required to through a booking app. As a pilot, we are looking specifically at a software as a service offering as a solution to fit the needs of our community. And what a software as a service will effectively do is allow us to maintain the use of our own HSR operators and HSR buses, allow us to expand the coverage area and test the demand from areas not currently being served. It'll allow us to optimize the use of existing resources by making travel patterns more efficient, reducing the number of kilometers being driven without customers on board, and potentially reduce our carbon footprint. It'll allow us to capitalize on the efficiencies realized in the optimization of these resources to fund the pilot within the existing operating budget. And then we can look at ways we can use any remaining funding within our existing budget to further improve transit in Waterdown. The procurement of a software as a service will ultimately dictate what remaining funding we have within our existing budget. However, the one key area we would be looking for additional improvements would be to introduce a preliminary limited transit connection between Hamilton and Waterdown to test the demand for and feasibility of this connection as a precursor to introducing the future L line. A pilot really will allow us to test the feasibility of this type of transit service for use in other suburban areas of the city or areas of the city with lower performing routes or during off-peak evening or weekend periods. Using this type of solution could allow us to answer the call when new employers are set to open their operations by having transit immediately available without the delays in the planning cycle normally experienced with conventional transit. And we talk a lot about data-driven decision-making, and this solution would allow us to leverage data to get better insights into when and where customers want to travel at a deeper level for use in planning services in the future. Ultimately, a pilot will allow us to avoid fully committing to the unknown of this type of service solution while allowing us to assess where to make good investments in the future. And lastly, and while this is a lesser driver for this initiative than those already presented, piloting on-demand transit has the potential to fulfill Phase 2 eligibility requirements of the Safe Restart Agreement, where municipalities are to consider replacing underperforming routes with on-demand transit. And I really want to reiterate that this is a potential because at present, we still don't have any further details on what the expectations under this requirement of Phase 2 are. As you all are aware and can appreciate, trying something new comes with risks. A few of these risks are that this solution and the pilot may not be successful, satisfaction may not go up, utilization may not increase, and existing customers may not adapt to this new type of service. Alternatively, and perhaps a positive risk would be that it could be wildly successful, and that's our hope. This may produce the need to expand by adding more resources or time periods for availability, but ultimately expansion based on the successes of the pilot would mean future investments would be appropriate and good investments. Of course, it could land somewhere in the middle, and we could find that we may need to make some tweaks or adjustments to it, or even look to provide a hybrid solution where both conventional transit and on-demand transit work together for the community. A pilot allows us to manage and mitigate these types of risks, as it allows us the flexibility to adjust if necessary. But in many cases, not seeking out an innovative solution also comes with risks, and Waterdown is a great example of where these risks actually increase or get worse by doing nothing at this point. As previously stated, the gap is widening to meeting the needs of the community, and as that gap widens, the solution will be more expensive when finally implemented. Or continuing on the current course where we're not meeting our targets might mean that no solution is ultimately provided and transit may never become viable or a reliable offering in Waterdown. This could, of course, present challenging conversations with the business community as employment areas continue to grow, or even potential lost opportunities in attracting investment in the community and investment towards either the economy or even new facilities in the community. Ignoring the challenges that we know exist will leave us in a position where we continue to deliver transit that is not meeting the needs for Waterdown as it transforms and grows. And during the impacts of the arterial construction, our current service is unlikely to operate as it functionally does today, making it less reliable and less attractive than it currently is. The pilot will allow us to test the feasibility of this type of solution ahead of those works and ahead of those impacts. Not trying an innovative solution will mean a lost opportunity for not just Waterdown, but the city of Hamilton by missing a chance to test a potential transformational improvement that could benefit other areas throughout the city. It could also mean a lost opportunity to recover ridership as the city is recovering from the pandemic and the potential to grow ridership in the future. On the balances of risks and benefits, on-demand transit in Waterdown provides us the opportunity to overcome the challenges we currently have, eliminate barriers to improvement standing in our way, and produce positive outcomes in alignment with our guiding principles, Council's priorities for the remainder of this term, and the vision for Hamilton to be the best place to raise a child and age successfully. So looking ahead to through 2021, we're currently in the procurement phase of this project. We have a targeted launch for September 5th of 2021 with a one-year operation and assessment period. A determination of assessment outcomes prior to the end of the pilot would align with September of 2022, where if the 10-year local transit strategy continues to move forward, it would align with year 6 investments. Leading up to the pilot launch, we will be engaging with the community to communicate and market the service change. And throughout the pilot year, we will continue to connect with the community to ensure that the new service model is in fact working for them. Assessment outcomes at the end of the pilot could be extending the pilot with or without tweaks, expanding the pilot to new time periods, permanently changing to an on-demand solution, reverting back to conventional transit at current service levels, or investing in expansion of conventional transit through the 10-year local transit strategy progression. Introducing, as I had mentioned, a possible hybrid solution of conventional and on-demand transit where they work together, and really looking at how we can expand this similar model to other areas of the city in fall of 2022 or beyond. And I want to thank you all for the opportunity to share this very exciting initiative with you today. There was a lot of information provided to you today. So to summarize a few of the key points I hope you'll take away from what I've presented. Through this pilot, we really aim to achieve improved customer experience through more direct trips with shorter journeys and wait times, an expanded coverage footprint allowing all members of the community to connect with key destinations, not just those with access to a car. We really aim to support economic recovery and growth, removing barriers for employers to attract employees of all backgrounds, giving equitable access by transit to good jobs, reduce our carbon footprint through optimizing our trips, and really utilize our own HSR operators and HSR buses in a more efficient and optimized way. And without the any additional increases to our operating budget, test the feasibility of this same type of alternative service for potential implementation in other areas of the city with similar challenges. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Debbie for the conclusion of today's presentation.
Thank you. Debbie, are you there?
I'm here, and thank you, Jason, and thank you, Jay. In closing, as I reflect on what has been one of the most challenging years ever for transit agencies, not only locally, but across North America and the world, I want to reiterate how proud I am of the achievements we have made during this critical time, despite the many challenges we faced. We could not have done it without the support of our amazing staff across the whole division, the patience and wisdom of our customers, and the ongoing support of Council and our senior leadership team. It has been a privilege to serve alongside my team during this time. We're all very much looking forward to 2021, both from the perspective of stabilizing the intense pace of change we've had to go through to meet our operational requirements safely, but also to re-engage with our customers and community around the draft guiding principles for Re-envision. This is a pivotal time for transit, but also a very exciting one for us as we build upon our legacy of service in this community and explore ways to innovate and transform the way we deliver the service to meet the growing expectations of our customers and potential new customers. Now more than ever, we recognize the critical purpose we play in the community in terms of enabling economic prosperity as Hamilton recovers from the pandemic, responding to the climate emergency, and contributing to equity for all residents while providing the most effective and efficient service possible. Thank you for your time today and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Director Dolvidova. Can you unshare the screen, or whoever is sharing the screen, have them unshare it? I can't see the faces, that's all, so I gotta watch for high signs from the councillors. Awesome, thank you very much. So Director, the questions that are asked today, I will direct to you, and if you wish to refer them to any of your staff, I'll leave that to you to do, if you don't mind. And we have a number of speakers this morning. I'm going to give you the speakers list so everyone understands where they are roughly in the order. It's Councillor Johnson, Collins, Jackson, Partridge, Pearson, and Danko. We will begin with Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and good morning, everyone. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Debbie and the HSR staff, I first want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for working through the most absolute horrendous times. I have family members that use the HSR on a regular basis and needed it desperately while they were trying to get to their essential work. And I can tell you some of the stories that I've heard from my family members of the abuse, rudeness that our drivers have to endure almost on a daily basis has been absolutely inexcusable. And again, I have the utmost respect for all those who have made sure that our buses are up and running, mechanics and the drivers and the dispatchers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know if the public realize this, but whenever we have a high-rise fire, if we have a car pile up on a highway, you will often see an HSR bus nice and warm and ready for people to find refuge while their situation is getting sorted out. So there are lots of things that the HSR drivers do. I heard one story about a driver who knew that
Do you have a question for staff, Councillor?
Yeah, sorry. I don't think they get enough credit. So anyway, sorry about that. I don't normally do that. So one of your slides had area rating on it. And I think just for the record, for some reason, if we get rid of area rating, then service will improve. Case in point, Mount Hope since 2011 has not been area rated. And that was at the request of the airport and all the AEGD lands. So since 2011, we have been getting constant requests for service in the airport and the AEGD lands, and it has not materialized yet. I am so excited about Water Down, but my question is, when will we realize Mount Hope improvement with both the airport, the AEGD lands, Amazon, 2 million square feet? Can somebody help me out, please?
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'll start off and then I'm going to ask Jason Vanderhei to expand. Specifically around the on-demand pilot that we are doing up in Water Down, you know, that will be an opportunity for us to leverage that type of service delivery in order to get, you know, the same levels of service that we will be able to bring to those areas. And then I'm going to ask Jason to speak specifically around an answer to your question.
Thank you, because it's been 10 years. Jason, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Through the chair to the councillor, very good questions, and certainly there is a large focus in our remainder of our 10-year strategy around the airport, and there has been thus far. If I could remind the council, the first 2 years of the 10-year strategy were really about deficiencies in service and meeting service standards. And then as we've progressed in years 3 and 4, we actually have had significant chunks of the investments go towards the A line in both of those years, and again here in year 5. And also we have expanded upon Transcab services in the area as well through the investments. It takes quite some time to build up transit in one particular area, and we're certainly striving to do that and moving towards providing better transit to the airport. I think I mentioned last year that it is a key focus. The AAGD is a key focus in our transportation network of the future, and as I've said, we've continued through the last few years, and again in year 5 here, contributing transit on the A line and getting up into that area.
Thank you.
And thank you for
Councillor?
that. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, because on that slide, it talked about the Red Hill Industrial Park, the Glenbrook Industrial Park, and if we eliminate area rating tomorrow, we're probably looking at 10 years before they see an improvement in services. So again, area rating does not mean that elimination of area rating does not mean that it's an improvement in services. Hence, Mount Hope 10-year strategies already and still no realization. So again, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, for your indulgence, and thank you to the HSR staff. You guys are, the job that you do is incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate it. The next speaker on the list is Councillor Collins.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
And like Councillor Johnson, I'd like to thank Debbie and the entire HSR staff for all that they've done through the pandemic. One of the issues that I had the opportunity to speak to Debbie and her staff about was what transit looks like after the pandemic. And I know no one has a crystal ball, but you know, the COVID and pandemic restrictions.
Yeah, froze up for me. I don't know about anyone else. Maybe if you turn off your video feed, Councillor, it might help you. Councillor, can you hear me? He is definitely frozen. Okay, so when while Councillor Collins looks after his technological issues, we'll add him back to the list. No, he's certainly definitely not coming through. The clerk's going to assist him. Councillor Jackson, are you there? And we'll go back to Councillor Collins right after you once he gets his technology fixed.
Deputy Mayor Clark, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. Please proceed.
And listen, Deputy Mayor Clark, I'm more than willing to pause if you wish to reintroduce Councillor Collins, but I'll leave that at your discretion.
That's very kind of you, sir. You can begin now.
Thank you. And please allow me, similar to Councillor Johnson and Collins, I just want to say to Director Delvedove and to the presenters today, Manager Vanderhyde and Special Projects Manager Adams, thank you so much. Thorough, outstanding presentation. And Debbie, I want you to specifically...
Hang on one second, Councillor Jackson. No. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Clark. I want you to please, on behalf of the Ward 6 office, convey especially to ATU 107 President Eric Tuck, the drivers, and specifically the maintenance workers, what an outstanding job they've done the last 10 months. Those are my praises. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Clark. Now, I've got a series of questions. I suspect I won't be done in 5 minutes, so I'm giving you advance notice to put me down a second time, probably.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me start with, first of all, Director Delvedove. You mentioned in your budget presentation a 3.4% requested increase, but then you said, however, folks, it's really a 2% if you take into the route reductions of service last year that you approved. So just to be clear, Debbie, is it a 3.4 net increase you want, or is it actually a 2% you want? Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, the overall increase in 2021 for our budget is a 3.4% increase. What I was trying to highlight through the presentation was just to draw out the reduction as a result of the reductions we made in 2020 to the underperforming routes. So it is an overall increase of 3.4%. To the 2021 budget. We are maintaining our budget as it was in 2020. It was just to provide for you that differentiation.
Okay, thank you for
Councillor.
that clarity. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Clark. So I've got about 10 questions here, Debbie. Secondly, how many overall HSR employees have been working from home during this pandemic? Obviously, drivers aren't. Maintenance people have to be at the bus barn on Upper James. But any rough number, Debbie, half of your admin staff? What would you say through you, Deputy Mayor Clark?
Thank you, Councillor. Director.
Through the deputy to the councillor. So as our priority has been not only maintaining health and safety of the employees that are coming into the office in the front lines, we also have ensured that we have minimal staff working within the building, again, for health and safety reasons. So in regards of a percentage, the majority of the administrative staff are working from home, except those directly supporting those frontline positions.
Thank you, Director. That sounds similar to what we've heard from other divisions and departments as well. And a subsequent follow-up question, Deputy Mayor Clark, to the Director. Was your department as well part of some redeployment of your staff that helped out in other areas like our long-term care homes or elsewhere in the corporation? Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Director.
Through the chair, initially early on in the spring, we did have some staff redeployed to assist in additional cleaning duties and other areas until such time as we could catch up with the technology to get them situated to be able to work from home. So early on, we did have that. And of course, as we progress and the demand increases for supporting public health, we will endeavor to make available any staff that we possibly can to support those efforts that they're ongoing right now.
Terrific, Director. How am I doing, Deputy Mayor Clark?
You have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Wonderful, thank you. Oh, by the way, Debbie, kudos to whoever created the Wall of Heroes. Outstanding initiative, sincerely. Well done. Seniors Golden Age Pass through the pandemic and even past the Presto cards and everything as you've gotten rid of the bus tickets. Golden Age Pass for the 80 and older of our seniors has continued through you, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Through the chair
Director.
to the councillor, absolutely. There has been no change to our beloved senior Golden Age Pass.
I'm sure you anticipated that question from Ward 6, Director. Thank you. All right, to the fleet now, part of your budget. You currently, Deputy Mayor Clark, Director, said you've got 267 buses, 51% are CNGs. Can I presume the other 49% are a mix of hybrids, electric, etc.? First of all, through you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Director.
Through the chair, you're correct. The remainder of the fleet is a combination. We still have some of the hybrid electric vehicles that we purchased back in the early 2000s, and then the remaining fleet are our diesel vehicles.
Okay, so subsequent question to that. With the status of the second bus barn in a state of abeyance, not knowing when that will even begin to become a reality, and yet you mentioned about purchasing 13 more buses, if I noted your presentation correctly, and you're already, if you will, over capacity on Upper James. How are you and your staff managing or going to manage the additional 13 purchases? Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Director.
So through the chair, when we talk about the capacity for the existing facility, that's relative to the indoor storage capacity that we have in that building. So as council may be aware, based on previous presentations and discussions, we do store a good majority of our fleet outdoors. And in anticipation of year 5 in September and those additional 13 buses, we still have some physical footprint on the facility, thanks to Mark Selkirk and Jeff Poljanski and their very keen eye and ability to look at every square foot that we have in that footprint of our property to be able to, store those vehicles. So we are quite confident with the additional 13 vehicles that we can accommodate them at the site that we're currently operating from.
Wow, that's talk about an immense juggling act. I'll leave that with you and your staff, but I just want to have a greater understanding. If we're adding more and you still don't have the second bus barn, how are you going to manage that? But you obviously have people that are doing their best. Sanitization overall, Director, through the pandemic, especially on the buses. I can only presume maybe you can provide greater detail, the PPEs, the shields, the sanitizing in terms of when the buses come back to be re-maintainized, the amount of wiping down of the seats, etc., the handles, the bars, maybe a further elaboration on what you've done the last 10 months to ensure safety of drivers and our customers.
Through the chair to the councillor, excellent question. It has been a momentous task to be able to make sure and ensure that the vehicles are clean. So we implemented additional cleaning of all hard surfaces on the vehicles immediately in the spring. Our service line has taken that upon themselves. We also applied the microbial shield to the entire fleet. So what this product does is basically puts a coating on all hard surfaces and then repels any type of viruses so that nothing would be adhering to the buses. We wipe down our buses every night, and then we do deep cleans on a schedule so that we cycle every bus through that as well. And then regarding the bio shields, we installed those on the vehicles so that our operators would are remaining safe, and and of course we clean and wipe down those areas of the vehicles as well. We also wipe down our entire facility 3 times a day so that those employees that are returning to the garage area, all hard surfaces are being wiped down. So we're following the direction from public health and working in partnership with health and with HR and our health and safety professionals to ensure that we are implementing all the protocols to ensure that we are keeping everything clean and sanitized.
Thank you, Director. Deputy Mayor, I've got 3 other main subjects, but I sense I might be near the end and I don't want to be rushed. So put me down for a second time, please. Thank you.
You had 1 minute, 9 seconds left, but happy to put you down for the second one.
Thank you.
Councillor Collins, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. If you leave your video off, we might be able to hear you through your questions. So.
Yeah, I've left it off. And my apologies. I have terrible internet.
Oh, it's not your fault. Oh, don't worry about it.
I won't tell you who I'm with, but it rhymes with Dodgers. If I could, through you, Mr. Chairman, I know that there's been a lot of change with COVID and it's created new habits for people as we're forced to adapt to the limitations and restrictions that the pandemic has forced upon us. And I think we mentioned this the other day. We've seen it with shopping as more people shop in greater numbers online at the expense of brick and mortar. We see the same kind of hold true for transit in terms of, people avoiding congregate settings and looking for alternative forms of transportation. So I had the opportunity to speak to Debbie and her staff. And I'm curious to know how we monitor the reintegration of our transit riders and new riders onto the service against the investments that we're making in the future. Is there a magic percentage or number that we'll look at to suggest that the transit investments that we've made in the past and we have planned for the future will go forward when we reach a certain percentage of riders? The questions that have been posed to me are, a little bit odd to making substantial investments if people, after the vaccine rolls out, still decide in great numbers to avoid transit, either because they found an alternative, unfortunately, and have stuck with it, or conversely, there may not be public confidence in terms of getting on to and reintegrating into society where there are people in greater numbers. So can I ask through you to Debbie, is there a magic percentage that we're looking at where we would feel comfortable going ahead with those transit plans in the future as part of the 10-year transit strategy?
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
So through the chair to the councillor, an excellent question. And appreciating that I don't have a crystal ball, I guess as we have in the past and will continue to look at data to drive our decisions. So your question around, at what point would we know to continue increasing services, continue with the investment? I would turn to, I guess, basically as we have in the past and continue, looking at our revenue cost ratio. We've typically targeted 50%, so that's 50% of our revenue coming from the fare box and 50% coming from the levy. So that certainly is a figure that we can look to see where we are in relation to what our traditional RC ratios are, which is roughly around 48%. Secondly, council made a significant investment in the automated passenger counters, and those have really proven to be extremely crucial to us for a whole number of reasons. Certainly, as we were planning and the service improvements in year 4 and year 5, we relied on the data from those automated passenger counters to identify, to see where we were seeing the growth. So certainly our ridership numbers are an indication of how many people are using us, but the automated passenger counters speak to capacity, and we can see where we are seeing more access to the service. So as we have done all through COVID since the spring, relied on that data to inform, what service levels we have been putting out. So we started at the enhanced Saturday level service, and now we are at a summer level of weekday service. And those decisions were driven specifically on the data we were seeing from our automated passenger counters. So we certainly will be leveraging that information as it comes in to understand, what our customers are feeling comfortable enough to come back to transit. The vaccine will play a pivotal role as well. Once everybody is vaccinated, and that we can now, go back and leave our homes and get out in public, we will have to also, pay attention to how things are going to change from the perspective of work. So a lot of discussion now in the industry around looking at shifting of rush hours. So typically our greatest usage are in the AM and PM rush hours, or people are going to and from work, and those might shift. And also looking at to Jason's presentation on the on-demand pilot, to really focusing, the investments and the money that we currently have to different ways of delivering the service, so that we are maximizing that at the same time as still growing the ridership. So I guess in short, the answer to your question, Councillor, is we're going to rely on the data in regards to how we're going to be making those decisions, and what those future investments through the 10-year strategy will look like, and of course targeting them to the areas where we have the greatest opportunity for recovery. Unfortunately, until we get a little bit further down the road and really see what is happening across the industry, that will also help to inform our decisions.
Thank you, Director. And Councillor, you have 3 minutes and 28 seconds because I'm only timing your questions. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Debbie, I'm assuming the reintegration of students back into the classroom will play a pivotal role in terms of bumping those numbers, both at the elementary, secondary, and post-institutional levels. What percentage of riders do they make up? And so if the vaccine rolls out provincially as planned, we may start to see students later in the year vaccinated and ready to go back into the classroom in the fall. What percentage are they, again, as a percentage of our traditional ridership?
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
Through the chair, I see Jason has put his hand up, so I'm going to ask Jason.
He might know the answer then.
He just might know. Thank you very much. Jason?
Through the chair to the councillor, I don't have the exact percentage of what they make up because they are traveling on a number of routes. But what insights we can give you from what we're seeing in the data that's coming back is, if I look specifically at the 4 routes that are the major routes supporting McMaster University, for example, their fall return compared to pre-COVID numbers is about 36%. And the 4 major routes that support Mohawk College, their fall return is about 35% compared to pre-COVID numbers. If I look at the rest of the system, looking at the 5 routes that kind of operate exclusively to support some of the former municipalities, their fall return is sitting at 62% compared to pre-COVID. And looking at the remainder of the routes operating in the city, it's sitting at 56% compared to pre-COVID. So that's a real good indicator or an insight to us that those 8 routes supporting the large post-secondary institutions have quite a bit of room to move in terms of their recovery. And that's really indicative of the fact that we need those folks back in those institutions and coming back to really support our ridership recovery. I think that's the biggest gap that we're seeing right now.
Okay, Matt, thank you for that. So a supplemental question would be related to the service that you referenced for Flamborough. You talked about all different kinds of models that other municipalities and jurisdictions currently utilize. I don't know if I've missed what we're adopting and who's operating it. Is that a private initiative that we're proposing, or is that one that our own HSR staff will operate, certainly under modified conditions as it relates to how the service is provided?
Director?
Through the chair, I can start off, and then if Jason wants to add anything. So specific around the on-demand pilot in Waterdown, we will be using our existing resources and our existing buses. So the part of the pilot, and Jason, as he walked through the presentation, said there's varying parts of on-demand transit. We are just going to be leveraging the software in order to deliver the services up in Waterdown. So we're not looking at a private entity. We're going to use our operators, our buses within our existing budget in order to leverage the technology to try to customize the services up there to meet the demands in Waterdown. Jason, did you want to add anything else?
Sure, through the chair to the councillor. Yeah, as Debbie has stated, we're really looking at a software as a service solution for Waterdown, and that allows us to obviously retain the use of our existing HSR operators and our vehicles where the investments have already been made. Having taken a deeper dive into on-demand transit and really looking at the opportunities, the value of the technology really is indicating that through optimizing how the travel patterns exist and having more directness for customer travel, that we can mirror, if you will, what advantages you would get through having somebody else operate that for you. And so we're certainly not looking out to a private partnership. We're looking at using our own operators and our own fleet and leveraging the technology to take advantage of what those others provide.
Thank you,
Thank
Councillor.
you for that. My last question, Mr. Chairman, for now would be, there's been a lot of discussion over the last year, Debbie, as it relates to the future of higher order transit in the city. You referenced we're still waiting for the Transportation Task Force to make its, to release whatever findings that they have. And there seems to be in the last year, in light of all of the information that's been provided by the province and certainly their cancellation, there seems to be an effort to turn to the federal government to assist with a contribution, which this council hasn't asked for. I know privately some people have mused about the federal government. So I want to make sure bureaucratically that we have not inserted ourselves into that lobbying effort. And my question would be, are we preparing for a provincial investment in conventional transit in light of the LRT's cancellation? So I'm assuming some form of provincial investment will help us with the blast network, with bus rapid transit, or even an accelerated conventional transit investment to assist with some of the initiatives that we currently have on the books, but we may not have the funding for. So there's a couple of questions in there, and I just wanted to make sure that we're not in store for a surprise like we were with the previous premier, where she unexpectedly came to town, provided a funding announcement, and then we were scrambling to accommodate that surprise. So if you could answer that with whatever information you have, it'd be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
So through the chair to the councillor, I'm not aware of any of those discussions or have had any of those discussions. So I might defer to, I'm not sure if Jeanette is on the WebEx or Jason Thorne, maybe they might be able to answer your question more succinctly than I can.
Jeanette Smith, are you there? She's trying to get everything turned on there. Yeah. There we go.
Just one moment, please. Thank you very much.
We're good.
Yeah, what I can comment is I have received no recent updates. So after the Transportation Task Force met, the minister gave the report to both Metrolinx and her ministry to do some analysis on the recommendations and further, because it was broad, high-level order transit. And my understanding is they've been slowly doing that work. COVID has put a lot of delays into it. So on the administration side of the province, I haven't seen anything come out, but I'd be happy to reach out to get an update for council if that is your wish.
Thank you, thanks you, Jeanette. I think you confirmed we're not lobbying anyone for additional dollars at this time. And B, we've yet to prepare a plan B for the investment that the province has offered for transit in lieu of its cancellation, just to be clear.
Yep, through you, Deputy Mayor. No, there's been no work done through staff. We understand the federal government has made a commitment that they're looking at funding and for transit, but there's no details about that. That's just part of an announcement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor, that's the end of your time.
Yeah, I was just going to say it might make some sense for us to huddle on that collectively as a council and come up with a plan in the event that they ask us for some projects. Thank you.
Not a bad idea. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, the next speaker on my list would be Councillor Partridge. Are you there, Councillor? Your mic on?
Yes, I am, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. And I thought it was Councillor Pearson that was on before me, but I'm fine. Anyway, thank you so much. I really want to say how much I appreciate Debbie and Jason and Jay and the presentation that you've given. My questions are around, and I thank Councillor Collins for raising the issue about federal funding and provincial funding, because I wasn't here for the early start of the presentation, but I may have missed. Is there any COVID funding that is available for us to tap into, or have we received it already for 2020?
Thank you. Director?
So through the chair, so we have received funding through the Safe Restart Agreement.
Okay.
Hamilton's allocation was $11.7 million. Sorry, $17 million total, of which approximately 11.9 million was applied against the revenue shortfalls.
Right.
To the end of December of last year. We still have a remaining approximate $5 million available.
I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry.
My apologies, Director. I'm talking to the clerks here. My microphone was on. It's my fault.
No, no worries. Sorry. We still have a remaining approximately $5 million that can be applied to supplement revenue loss from January of this year till March. And we are awaiting a further announcement for Safe Restart Phase 2. Not sure, excuse me, if Mike Zagaric would like to expand more on my answer. I'd be happy to.
Well, where I'm going with this, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Debbie. Where I'm going with this is that, you know, I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you're really asking for the same budget that was in 2020. So I've also heard 3.4% increase, and I've heard a 2% increase, but at the end of that, I heard that HSR budget is really, you're asking for the very same as you did last year. So I wanted to know if there was money that was had come in that was being applied to that, or is there opportunity money out there that we could apply to that could be put against that? I'm just trying to get my head around the whole thing.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Director?
So through the chair, I'm going to ask Mike Zagaric. He probably could explain it a lot more eloquently than I can so that the councillor can have her questions answered.
Well, Mr. Zagaric, can you explain it more eloquently?
Good morning through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I was going to caution Debbie with her assumptions around my ability to explain it more eloquently. So as Debbie's identified, is the first phase of the Restart Transit funding, and I'm going to describe it as coincidentally, because it really was allocated on a per capita basis, and the effort and recognizing the efforts from senior levels of government to get the funds into the hands of municipalities. It really does see us through 2020 based on our current forecasts, inclusive of savings. So just as a reminder to committee and to for the benefit of taxpayers, ratepayers, and transit users, any savings that municipalities experience in 2020, whether it's accessible transit, reductions, accessible transit ridership, fuel savings, all of those savings have to be netted off before application of the federal and provincial funding. So net of those savings, avoided costs, as Debbie's described, is we're probably leveraging somewhere in the area of 60% of the first phase allocation for 2020, and as that allocation allows municipalities to apply those funds through to March 31st of 2021, it results in an additional $5 million that can see us through to the first quarter. As Debbie said, we haven't made any assumptions with respect to a COVID budget for transit, as well as other departments. What you'll see is a maintenance budget as it relates to all departments. It is critical, and I'm sure Mayor Eisenberger may speak to it, as GTHA mayors have been expressing the need for a commitment from senior levels of government as it relates to the next phase, and that would be April 1st of 2021 through to a minimum of December 31st of 2021. So we are making some assumptions with respect to that funding. Having said that, I think it's safe to assume that we will continue to realize some savings or avoided costs in 2021, similar to 2020, because of the pandemic. Is as it relates to DARTS users, there will likely be fewer DARTS users than in a normal year. If there's changes in the number of routes, there may be fuel savings. So again, I would expect we will have to apply any of those savings to help to offset those pressures. So in summary, is the funding is sufficient to see through 2020 and through to the first quarter of 2021, and it's critical that we secure funding for the balance of 2021 and potentially into 2022 if there's any ongoing impact of the pandemic onto transit. And my final comment is, I believe we also, beyond the municipal restart funding, I believe we also secured about $500,000 for the deep cleaning of our transit buses, was through a separate program and additional program. So just
thank you, Mike. And you are part. Yeah, no, thank you, Mike. And Deputy Mayor, he's far too humble. He did an excellent job there explaining all of that. And I'm glad to see the mayor has joined us, so he may want to speak to some opportunities there after. I do want to thank Councillor Johnson also for raising the issue about the lack of transit to the business parks and the need. And this kind of segues right into the on-demand pilot project for Waterdown. Staff and I have been working on this. I've personally been working on this for a couple of years. And, we were able to have that meeting with all of the businesses, and it was the CEOs. The CEO of L3 attended. The CEO of CoreSlab attended. So these were all the decision makers. We had about 45 people around that table from all of the businesses. So I was extremely pleased and it provided our staff the opportunity to hear directly from them. I want to talk about the funding. So my question through you, Deputy Mayor, the funding for this on demand, because it is an area rated budget to the folks in Watertown, I want to just get a clear understanding that it is within the current HSR budget for Waterdown. Could you just clarify that for me, please, Debbie?
Thank you, Director.
Okay.
Through the chair to the councillor, absolutely 100%. It is within the existing budget that we have for the services that we currently provide for Waterdown. So there will be no increase to that as a result of the on-demand pilot.
Thank you,
Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I mean, you know, my kudos to staff, because they worked very, very hard on this with our economic development folks. And, you know, we do need to roll it out. If you look at all of the business parks across the city of Hamilton, they are not being serviced, you know, to the extent they need to be, or even at all. That's where our high employment is. That's where our high paying jobs are. That's where, and I've been working with economic development for 10 years now. So we're hearing loud and clear. We need to get transit out there. And the on-demand in Waterdown, if you look at the demographics, it's young people, it's young professionals, and they are moving in droves. We're at 32,000 now, and within 5 to 10 years, we're going to be at 42,000. So Deputy Mayor, those really are my questions. Those are my questions. But I just want to also add that I'm hearing loud and clear that the federal government MPs are being lobbied by folks in the city of Waterdown, and maybe even some folks around this table, for the funding of the LRT. And I really believe that has not been directed from this council, and it really needs to come back to this council. And we need to find out, you know, if we're going to be blindsided, we need to be prepared. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you first and foremost to staff, Debbie, Jason, Jay, and Amanda. I think that the presentation today was excellent. All the background work, meeting with me in advance to go over the budget today. The re-envisioning process, I really appreciate it. So I'm going to keep this very short, and first and foremost, also thank you to all the operators and staff in HSR. It has not been an easy time, and it's not going to get better in the near future, but we hope that it will before the end of the year. So a couple of my questions, a lot has been answered, and I really truly thank Councillor Partridge for raising the on-demand and the funding for Waterdown, because we discussed this at our little bit of a meeting we had a week or so ago. And I just want to reiterate, because certainly you saw the correspondence received by a neighborhood group in my ward, and the issues of area rating, etc. So comment again is all the funding for this on-demand pilot for Waterdown is incorporated in the Waterdown area rating package, funding package, correct? Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Debbie.
Thank you, Director.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, you are correct. The funding for the on-demand pilot in Waterdown is coming from the existing budget for the services in Waterdown.
Right. And I know when we discussed, there's one bit that was missed, is the fact that Waterdown also has the access to the Aldershot GO train, GO transit. So that has been a catalyst in determining where you wanted to do this pilot. Was that correct?
So through the chair, yes, that's correct. The Aldershot GO station has, so I'm going to talk pre-COVID, but you know, certainly the services have been reduced. But before COVID arrived, you know, it has all-day GO service in there. So you know, really, when we looked at assessing where would be the best place to run the pilot, so that we could test out, you know, all the assumptions and come up with a solution that we could then roll out across the other areas of the city, so that we can more efficiently provide our services, and respecting, you know, the concerns around the drop in ridership and revenue. You know, we have to get more efficient at getting our services out there. as well as continuing to help the economy recover and to still provide access to transit and to continue moving the city forward. So, on our checklist, water down was there, and there were no challenges from any of those perspectives to inhibit us to aggressively target September of this year in order to do that. The other point around the on-demand transit, and I just want to highlight this. Typically when we're looking to introduce new services to an area, our planning cycle is roughly from beginning to end 2 to 3 months. So what the on-demand services will allow us is to be more responsive to get the services there when they need them. So yes, we have all our plans. We know who's building, what employers are coming, what businesses are opening, when they're opening. Sometimes there's delays. Sometimes they open up quicker or move into existing spaces. What the on-demand pilot will allow us to do is to be more responsive, to get the services there quickly than within the traditional timeframes through the planning process. Because, once somebody finds some other way to travel, and if that other way to travel is a car or however else, that whatever they have at their ways, it is twice as hard to get them to come back to transit. So we want them to come to transit first. And for them to come to transit first, we have to be there first. So, extremely excited about the pilot. I think it is going to be extremely successful. I think the residents in Waterdown are going to see a vast improvement to their ability to travel within that community. The ability for us to address the concerns over in the business park to get those employers and employees. And as Jason spoke to earlier, and potentially looking at having a link between Hamilton proper up to Waterdown so that, we can get people up there to those jobs, which will be extremely important as we come out of COVID and start the economic recovery.
Thank you.
Great, thank
Councillor?
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Debbie, for that, because I just want to reiterate, because we do know, make it publicly known through my colleagues, and you and I and Jason are certainly well aware, we are continuing to attempt to get transit on the north side of the QEW to the major residential neighborhoods. I too have issues with industrial areas and providing efficient transit. I'm going to put it that way, because I do have Transcab that does service some of the industrial area. I will not deny that our Transcab service has been sporadic since COVID and since the new contract has come in. And so it has been a bit of a frustration, but I just want to reiterate that we have been working on, and I know it was just after the election that in 2018, we got the 30-foot bus in, and I was honored that you drove the bus through the whole neighborhood along the north side of the QEW. But there are a lot of things that need to be put in place before we can put a system in. And you mentioned the stops, the protection. And that's those are some of the barriers I have on the north side of the QEW, because you have a major thoroughfare being the North Service Road and the QEW that divides the neighborhood. So how do you have efficient embarking and disembarking of the transit through this neighborhood, Debbie? Maybe you can sort of enlighten on that concern.
Thank you,
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
So through the chair, there was a lot there, Councillor Pearson, and I guess if I look and based on the discussions that we have had and through Re-envision and engagement, the model and how we initially engaged with Councillor Partridge in the meeting we had in February and got the stakeholders to the table, that will be the whole process as we start reaching out beyond what we're doing in Waterdown. So meeting with yourself and the stakeholders in your area to start those discussions early on, so that then we can build out and come up with what is going to be the plan for those areas and address those concerns. There will be challenges, absolutely, but if we've learned anything, we've learned that engagement is extremely important. We learned that we have to listen to our customers and potential customers and see what those needs are. And then, leveraging technology and everything that is out there to be as successful and do that whole complete um, um, service that we're going to deliver. And of course, the guiding principles that Jay spoke about earlier today, when you read through them and you just resonate on what those say, that is, the roadmap to success, for us and for growing transit and really, meeting and exceeding our customers' expectations.
Super. Thank you. Thank you for that. I just want to be sure that it is on the public record and the people, residents are listening to this, do know that I have been working steadfastly in trying to get service into my neighborhoods and the industrial area. So thank you for that. I'm going back to the budget part of it, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I still have time. Just a quick question. So the request is a 3.4% budget increase, and you mentioned the 2%. So if I'm looking at this properly, are we saying that if we didn't have that 2% savings, we would have been at 5.4? Am I correct?
Director?
So through the chair, I think I was attempting to try to show things, relating to what we did in the reductions for the underperforming routes. So just to clarify, the entire budget driver for transit is 3.4%. It was just within the employee-related costs. So
Okay.
I'm not sure, maybe, again, I will defer to Mike. He might be able to say it more eloquently than I did because I seem to have confused, and that certainly wasn't my intention. I was just trying to show that relative to the employee-related costs. Mike?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and Debbie's highlighted some ins and outs. So the further reductions for the underperforming routes, the annualization of what was approved in 2020 is part of the 3.4%. I think what Debbie's speaking to is that provided about 1.2% in relief. So it would have been about 4.6%. But again, what's offsetting that is some elimination of paper fare media and some savings in fuel rates. And finally, one of the other pressures is, as Debbie's identified, is the contribution to reserve for Presto commissions.
Thank you for the Thank you for the clarification. And I'm going to just cut now to the end. Debbie, I think when we talked about the re-envisioning through the re-envisioning program, the bioshields, I want to thank everyone who was involved in putting those in. But today you also mentioned about the cleaning of the buses and the bus barn, the facilities, and the microbial shields that have been installed. Has that been posted somewhere so residents know when they get on the bus? And I do apologize, I haven't left the house in a week and a half right now. So, but is that posted so that we can give some confidence and security to our patrons and customers that that we are taking all the initiatives we can?
So, through the chair, thank you. To the councillor, yes, we have continually throughout the entire pandemic leveraged all our communication channels and key messages and put it on social media. And I know the EOC director, Paul Johnson, has spoke to it and town halls. So certainly, it's very important that, our customers understand that we are doing everything that we can to clean our vehicles, keep them clean. It is safe to ride transit. That has not changed. We have mandatory masks for our customers. They're clean. So, it is safe to ride transit, and we are doing everything and following public health guidelines to ensure that we are doing, keeping not only our employees safe, but as well as our customers.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Those are my questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, the speakers list for first-time speakers will be Danko, Wilson, Nan, Eisenberger, and then, of course, I'll add myself to the very end of that list. And then second-time speaker I have is Councillor Jackson. So, Councillor Danko, are you there, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you, Debbie, and all the team at the HSR for the extremely hard work that you've all put in this year. Looking at my notes from last year, the budget presentation, we were talking about the 10-year strategy. I remember you presented the time lapse of all the buses throughout the city and highlighting the extreme need for rapid transit and LRT to our city. And now we're talking about Uber Transit for Waterdown. It's been quite a year, somewhat of a 180-degree turn on priorities, perhaps. Question through you, Mr. Mayor or Deputy Mayor, for Director Delvedo. So a lot of going back to kind of March and April when we were putting our budget projections together, looking at our COVID liabilities, HSR Transit was one of the biggest budget liabilities in the entire city. I remember, I think it was $17 million or something like that, that was specifically just from the transit budget. And in the interim, we've received funds from upper levels of government. So could you just maybe give us an overview of the funding that we've received, the funding that's promised, and what's still outstanding?
Thank you, Director.
So through the chair, I'm going to defer that question to Mr. Zagaric. So again, he is a lot more eloquent in explaining that than I am.
Mr. Zagaric, we rely on you so much, sir.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, you'll have to excuse me as I finish that bite of the sandwich I just took.
We timed it perfectly.
So to Councillor Danko's question, we've received the transit COVID restart funding of approximately $17 million and $500,000 for the deep cleaning. I believe, as Debbie identified in her report, I don't have this slide before me, but I believe our current forecast is about $11 million as of that $17 million to be applied to 2020. Net COVID-related costs, why I make reference to net is we must net off any savings that we have in the transit program, inclusive of DART savings or fuel savings before applying the restart funding. That'll leave approximately somewhere in the area of about $5 million to see us through the first quarter. And why, again, first quarter is because the first phase, that $17 million was for the period, I believe, April 1st of 2020 through to March 31st of 2021, which coincides with the federal and provincial fiscal years, their fiscal years. What we're expecting and hoping is a second phase of funding. It will likely be a different process. It won't be necessarily based on population. There may be an applications or needs-based. And again, we are hoping and expecting that funding to see us through the balance of 2021 and potentially into 2022. And as I mentioned previously, the other program we received $500,000 funding for was for the cost of deep cleaning our equipment, transit equipment for 2020.
Thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you. And can I also ask about our PTIF funding? I know you mentioned it in the presentation, but I believe there were some outstanding commitments, in particular from the provincial government, that we were expecting months ago. Just what's still outstanding there?
Mr. Zagaric?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll start, and then maybe if Debbie wants to speak to the specific projects. So as it relates to the PTIF program, you may recall the city put forward a list of projects. As it relates to our ask to senior levels of government, the process is such that it gets vetted by the provincial government. They review the projects, and then they put I'll call them recommendations to the federal government. It's my understanding that the provincial government reviewed, made their recommendations in July of 2020, and Debbie will confirm. I thought it was an October submission date that the City of Hamilton submitted ours, and we're still awaiting a commitment from the federal government, which once we receive a commitment, I would suggest that that would be the authority for the City of Hamilton to proceed with respect to the investments, and that would be later confirmed through a transfer payment agreement why I just make reference to that based on conversations with my counterparts as relates to those municipalities who've already received that provincial and federal commitment. There's a big time gap between the commitment letter from the federal government and execution of a transfer payment agreement that could create barriers for the municipality to meet the substantial completion dates for those projects. So it's my understanding that municipalities are taking the commitment letter from the federal government to represent confirmation of the funding from senior levels of government.
Thank you. Director, did you have anything to add?
Through the chair, thanks, Mike. Just to build and just for clarification, so initially the original program was the PTIF program that was announced, and that was a 50-cent federal, 50-cent municipal contribution to those projects. We submitted 17 projects under the PTIF funds, and those projects were required to be completed by March of 2020. As a result of COVID, that deadline was extended until July of this year. So we are continuing on completing the projects and leveraging that funding with the extended deadline. So we always anticipated a second round of funding. We were initially calling it PTIF Phase 2, but then of course they changed it to ISIP, which is Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. So the difference in ISIP is Hamilton's allocation was approximately $511 million of funding. The ISIP program spans 10 years for the projects to be, for the funding to be available. So PTIF had very short timelines. ISIP is over a 10-year period. For ISIP funding, there was no provincial component. So PTIF had only federal and municipal dollars. The ISIP program has federal, has provincial, and has municipal contributions to those projects. We submitted 8 projects to the province in October of 2019. Those projects were vetted through their process, and in July of last year, they recommended 7 of those projects to the federal government to say that they had gone through their vetting process. The reason there was only 7 and not 8, we had originally put in a project requesting funding to support the device refresh for Presto. Right. But unfortunately, given the fact that one of the conditions of the ISIP projects is that it wasn't a project that had already started, so it was disqualified. So since July, our projects have been sitting with the federal government. We're awaiting those approvals. We check in quite regularly with them to see if we're going to be getting an announcement. I can tell you that other agencies within the GTHA have had some of their ISIP projects approved, but we are still waiting for those for those approvals to be realized.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Director. And my understanding is, just trying to remember, I think it was back in the summer, the Minister of Transportation, Caroline Mulroney, promised that we would have that information by the fall. So we're still waiting on the province then.
Director?
So through the chair to the councillor, we're waiting on the federal government.
On the federal government, okay.
Right. The province.
They recommended to the, okay.
Right. The province's role was to vet the projects, make sure they met all the criteria in the program, and then basically put their approval that yes, it meets all of that, and make the recommendation from a provincial level that they were proceeding with those, and that they are currently with the federal government for the final approval.
Thank you. Councillor, you have 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So a follow-up question on that. While we wait for these funds to actually be formally approved, we've already put those 7, we have those 7 projects ready to go, but my understanding is we can't actually move forward with them until the funding is approved. Otherwise, we would take on 100% of the cost. So while we're waiting, what is being held up?
Director?
So through the chair, so the 3 biggest projects respecting us in the 10-year strategy would be the second maintenance and storage facility. So the strategy for the maintenance and storage facility was leveraging the PTIF funding to design the facility and basically have a shovel-ready document ready, a shovel-ready project, so that when the ISIP announcement came that we would be able to continue on construction. The other two projects would be our expansion buses and our replacement buses. So for PTIF Phase 1, we were able to leverage those capital dollars towards expansion vehicles. In ISIP, they also now included us the ability for us to leverage those dollars for our replacement vehicles. So our our buses operate on a 12-year life cycle, and as you've seen in my slide around the budget drivers, every year when we buy a bus, we contribute money to the reserve so that when that bus is retired in 12 years, we have the funds to be able to replace that. Through ISIP now, we will be able to leverage that funding. So instead of spending 100 cents on the dollar for a replacement bus, we will only be spending 27 cents on the dollar. So those are the three major projects specific around transit. There were other projects that were submitted as well, but crucial to our 10-year strategy and crucial to our recovery and crucial to growing transit. Those would be the three major ones.
Thank you. And just on the replacement buses, can you remind me how many we were intending on purchasing? And I think there was some discussion of whether those might be upgraded to an electric fleet as well. I think other transit authorities have done that.
So through the chair, so just to as far as replacing buses currently, we are still purchasing CNG vehicles. We're in the process now. Of course, we've had the pause for the last number of months dealing with COVID to really finalize our electric bus strategy. And then those buses, whether, depending on timing and as we purchase them, as we go through the 10-year transit strategy, when we implement our electric bus strategy and we start purchasing electric buses, we would either be replace them as expansion vehicles or potentially replacement vehicles. So it will all depend on how we roll out the introduction of electric technology into our fleet.
Thank you. So perhaps some lobbying to those federal MPs might be in order. I do have some other questions on area rating and the watered-down Uber pilot, but I'll put me on for a second time for that, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Debbie.
The next counselor, thank you, Councillor Jackson. I'm going, what the heck does this sign language mean? Means my headset, you can't hear me. I'm sorry about that. Councillor Wilson, you are next.
Thank you. Again, echoing comments of my colleagues of how grateful I am to the drivers and all the staff at the HSR for their outstanding commitment to service and to the riders during the pandemic. So thank you very much, Debbie. I just had some initial questions of clarification. Jason referenced the second phase, I believe, of the restart funding, and it was a bit, if I recall, fuzzy on whether it was going to be tied to a microtransit initiative. And I believe actually Councillor Danko may have asked that question the last time we were discussing this, and there wasn't clarity. I took his answer or comment to be that there is clarity now, and I'm wondering what is the relationship? Is it tied to microtransit? And what is the relationship to this and the proposal on Waterdown, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Director or Mr. Vanderheid?
So through the chair, I'll start off. So when they announced the Safe Restart Agreement funding, the letter from the minister highlighted initiatives within that linked to the phase 2 portion. So in that letter was microtransit was identified. We have not received any further clarification around any linkage between what that linkage between microtransit and the funding would be. We work very closely with the Ontario Public Transit Association, who have been working with the minister's office to get that clarification. But as of today, there still has not been any more clarification. When Jason was referring to that through his presentation on demand, you know, we have been working in the background at looking at an on-demand type of service to provide to better get our services out into the community, considering, you know, there is a considerable capital investment and cost to put your traditional fixed route service out there. And this is a way to start to help build ridership more. So we always were working in the background to do that. And his comments are specific around, should the provincial government clarify more and make that linkage that, you know, the funding would be tied to that, we will be well positioned from the perspective that we will be launching this pilot. So just that clarification. And I know we've received some correspondence and questions around, you know, what is happening with that? You know, has there been any more clarification? And you know, up until the last time I looked at my email, I have not received anything that has that direct link. Just a, you know, a paragraph in that letter from the minister.
Mr. Vanderhyde, did you have anything to add?
Through the chair, the only thing that I would add to the councillor's question is, and just for clarification, is in the state safe restart agreement, when we refer to phase 1, that was to carry for costs up until September 30th, 2020. And then phase 2 was from September 30th, 2020 until March of 2021. And I know Mike, when he was describing, you know, an additional potential funding source to carry from March 31st, 2021 until the end of December 2021, if not longer. I think he referred to that as phase 2 as well. I just want to kind of provide that clarification that the Safe Restart program was really already defined by 2 phases up until March 31st of 2021. So we are technically in phase 2 right now. And within that letter from the minister in phase 2, there were not just allusions to microtransit, but also allusions to some other things that may be requirements for eligibility. But as Debbie has said, we haven't had any further information whatsoever on what those mean. But to Debbie's point, and really what I was trying to convey is this particular initiative is not necessarily tied to that. However, we will be in a good position should it come to that at some point in time, but we don't know.
Much appreciated. Councillor?
Respectfully, I think the city manager is asking to make comment.
I didn't see that. Thank you. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, through the deputy mayor. I wish I could elaborate more, but the CAOs collectively have put requests into the province to try to get clarity on that. And at this point, they're not able to provide anything, but we're continuing to collectively follow that. And as soon as we have some information, we can bring that back to council.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, and thank you, Jason, city manager. My other question is just getting clarity on what my role is with respect to the Waterdown pilot. Is this an operational decision in which you are going to proceed, or is this something that requires council consideration and approval? Thank you.
Director?
So through the chair, it's an operational decision made in conjunction with the ward councillor in regards to launching a pilot. No different than when we make other operational decisions around services and where to implement that and use, you know, our data to decide where those service improvements are going to be.
Councillor?
I had a question with respect to and it's to a broader issue, and that is the relationship, frankly, between land use planning and transportation planning, and how microtransit fits into that. The thesis being that it doesn't, in the sense that when you start pivoting to microtransit, you provide no impetus to change and to increase the density and influence the land use planning in your community. In fact, you're just accommodating sprawl. So that put out there for my concern with respect to, I don't know if it's the provincial government's influence or going down that road provincially, and you just clarified that we don't have any further definition on that funding. So to that point, I'm still not clear, and it's my issue, Debbie, it's not your failure of your communication, whether the future of transit in this community is one in which we're seeking to increase ridership and then focus on the networks and invest in those networks to pursue that maximize that ridership, or is the focus of transit in the future to enhance coverage?
Thank you, Madam Director.
Through the chair to the councillor, that's a very excellent question. I guess, not I guess, you know, the focus of Re-envision is to increase ridership. So that drives all our decisions with a lot of impacts from other areas and how we do our business. So it is to increase ridership, and to increase ridership, if redesigning the network is going to facilitate that within our guiding principles, or how we redesign the network, or where we put our services in, or where we focus our attention in regards to that, you know, that is the ultimate goal at the end of the day, is to increase ridership. The benefit of increasing ridership are all those other areas that I spoke about today, and we continue to speak about, around equity, around inclusion, around economic development, around sustainability, around you know, all those intrinsic values that transit brings to a community. So I'm not sure if I, you know, eloquently enough answered your question, but it is ridership. And I guess the network redesign and everything else we do are the tools in order to continue to build the ridership. And as we build the ridership, we see all the benefits resulting out from that.
Thank you. Does that help you, Councillor?
Thank you. So further to that, then, what percentage of our HSR resources are going to be spent pursuing maximizing ridership on lines we know in the network are intended for high ridership? Through you, Deputy Mayor.
So through the chair, I might ask Jason, he might be able to provide some clarity. I'm not necessarily sure if we have those, you know, the percentages of what we're going to be expending to pursue that. Jason?
Mr. Vanderheide.
Through the chair to the councillor, I guess I would answer that by saying historically, transit here in Hamilton has been built, and I don't have the percentages in front of me by route, but certainly has been built around specific transit corridors where we do have kind of the maximum benefit around ridership. If I could go back to maybe the question you posed earlier about sprawl and about coverage, and how it relates to on-demand and Waterdown specifically. To me, this isn't a question about sprawl. We have a defined urban boundary in the city here, and we do specifically in Waterdown. We know that parts of that urban boundary in Waterdown are not being reached by transit. everything west of the Walmart, if you will, if that helps geographically, is not being reached by transit, although folks within that boundary are paying for transit. And so do we need more coverage in Waterdown? Absolutely. Unless we shrink the urban boundary, which I don't in any way believe is going to happen. And so to me, in Waterdown, it's not a question of sprawl or what have you. It's really about getting the coverage to reach those places. And as Councillor Partridge had, I believe, had mentioned, had said that there was 32,000. I'm not sure if that's employees or what that number was, but it's a significant amount of potential riders who we are currently not servicing in that specific area. So yes, it is about increasing ridership through testing the on-demand pilot. And I would just add in that at this stage, we are testing this. This is something completely different and foreign for Hamilton. It's something that we need to try to see if it works in unique circumstances where there are specific challenges. And in Waterdown, there is the specific challenge that particular area, as well as some other ones, are not being serviced by transit. And if I could give some perspective, were we to build conventional transit as we have right now to continue the same level of service and extend the route out to that area, I would estimate that that's probably about a 50% increase in investment just to go out into that area over what we currently have. But that doesn't improve the customer experience for those who are already taking it. And as I alluded to in my presentation, there are some pretty significant impacts coming up with respect to growth and construction in the community as well in the next 5 years on major arterial roads, which are traditional transit corridors. And so we need to test to see if there's a solution to continue to provide reliable transit in that community while these interruptions are going on. So it's a combination, and that's a long answer, and it probably doesn't answer specifically your first question, but that's just to give you a little bit more clarity and background on this particular situation. And again, there may be an opportunity, or if this is successful, to look at other areas, because there are other areas in the city. Councillor Pearson brought a really good example, the barrier of the QEW to the north side. We have a very long, narrow section of residential area that, that barrier presents a challenge in providing traditional modes of transit, if you will, that potentially could be serviced looking at another way of delivering it. So I hope that gives a little bit of background to the question.
Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Jason, please, complexity is never a vice, and I really appreciate the thoroughness of your answer on transit and high order transit. I guess it's my opinion that we have sought to not provide these details and our obligation to tell the true stories about transit. One last question, if I have time, to Debbie. You made some comments at the beginning of your presentation with respect to area rating and its role in our ability to fulfill or not fulfill some of the objectives. And I was wondering if you could expand on that, please.
Thank you, Director.
So through the chair, specific around area rating, and when we look at where we are seeing the most significant growth in the business parks, and as we again look at the pilot, the on-demand pilot in Waterdown, it is a constraint for us to get those services out there in order to meet the demand that are in those particular areas. So we want to be able to plan transit and design a network that is going to be robust enough and will be able to take people where they want to go or where they need to go so that we can grow that ridership. And, when we talk about introducing services into areas initially, you know, the customer expectations don't change. You know, they are still looking for something that is reliable. They are still looking for something that is frequent.
Yep.
But just putting a bus into an area with, you know, potentially maybe once a half hour, once an hour initially as a means by which to attract people to our services is not necessarily the successful way in order for people to say it is an option for me and it's something that I want to use. So it does present a challenge for us. And I'm not sure if Jason, did you want to add anything else to that, or maybe Mike?
Vanderhoek, go ahead.
Through the chair, and thank you, Debbie. I was actually going to suggest that maybe Brian, if he's on, or Mike could really elaborate on area rating. It is a taxation policy, and if I could give kind of just the high level on it, and I don't know if they want to elaborate. Essentially, the operating budget for transit is paid for, you know, in the past near 50% out of the fare box, and the remaining budget is then therefore paid for by the residences, the residents through their tax bills. And what we do is we essentially measure out every kilometer driven within the city in a given year. And then those kilometers are divvied up based on the policy to come up with percentages of the amount of the remaining transit budget that needs to be paid by taxpayers. And so because that currency now becomes kilometers, if the fewer kilometers are being driven in specific areas, it lowers the percent of taxes that transit is being paid by the area residents of those areas. And so where I would suggest the challenge becomes is if there is an increase in the amount of kilometers you have to drive in a specific area to achieve more frequent and reliable service to those areas, that has the greatest potential to raise the proportionment or the percentage of the tax, the net tax burden for that specific area. And so to increase transit into those areas means that there is the greatest potential that those I'll call them the proportionment levels will adjust and thereby have a byproduct of potentially more taxes being paid in one area versus another. I'm not sure if Mike or Brian are on and want to elaborate on that, but that's kind of the simplest way I could kind of describe where maybe the challenge sits, is kind of in that byproduct of those proportionments by putting more kilometers into those specific areas. And as we all know, those specific areas in the most part contain the employment centers and you know, some of the major key destinations within our community.
Mr. Zagaric, please.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just a reminder to committee members and for benefit of the public. As Jason's identified, the purpose for area rating is really a funding model. It's an apportionment of the cost of delivering the service, and where there are different costs of the service or different service levels, area rating is intended to be used to recognize those differences and to capture those as it relates to the distribution of the cost to the taxpayers. And as Jason's identified, about 82% of the costs are borne by former City of Hamilton based on the kilometers of service that is delivered within the geographic area of the former City of Hamilton. And I think what Jason and Debbie are alluding to is at any time when that service grows in that boundary area, or where the boundary may change from time to time, if the transit boundary changes because of changes in development, density, and demand for service, is those early years of that change will trigger a more material percentage-wise change or shift. And principally because the former City of Hamilton currently is apportioned about 82% of the cost, again, based on kilometers of service. So again, just wanting to highlight as a policy, the policy isn't intended to inform the level of investment. I think what Debbie and Jason are alluded to is those incremental investments, because as a percentage, they're significant. It does result in some significant shifts, and that attracts some attention and discussion with respect to the level of investment.
Thank you. Councillor, you have 13 seconds left. Can you speak fast?
Just a question then. You've clarified for me that council, this water down project is not dependent on council approval. So could you just clarify again when you'll be coming back with an evaluation of it, and what metrics will you be using in so doing? Thank you.
Thank you. Director?
So through the chair, certainly we'll be coming back to Public Works Committee with updates as we progress through the development of the pilot. And then obviously, once the pilot is implemented, and updates in regards to that. I'll let Jason speak to any metrics that he has turned his mind to rely on, whether we're going to determine it was successful, or informed decisions on how we may pivot in regards to the rollout of the on-demand pilot.
Through the councillor, as I had mentioned in my presentation, that at this stage we're in the procurement phase of the project, and we're also in the development of those metrics in terms of the evaluation and assessment. Definitely be back in 2022 before the pilot is over to identify the successes or failures, if you will. Obviously ridership will be one of those. Customer satisfaction through Jay's team and measuring that would be another. The efficiencies in what we could find in terms of reduction in kilometers driven potentially. But really we're at the development stage right now. We do have a pretty aggressive timeline between now and September to get to launch. And so we have a lot of in our work plan dedicated to this project this year.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. If you have additional questions, you can add yourself for a second time. Just reminding all the councillors that today we're just dealing with this information report. We will be deliberating, so there'll be more time to ask questions and dig in deeper if need be between now and when we approve the budget. At the moment, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 first-time speakers and 2 second-time speakers. I'm suggesting that we'll take our break now at 12:30 and come back at 1 o'clock to finish the meeting. Is there concurrence? Then I need a motion to reset. Moved by Mayor Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Partridge. And Madam Clerk, if you could put up the vote, please. No problem. The vote is up. Once we recess, councillors, will be starting again at 1:10 p.m. 1:10 p.m. Thank you, everybody. And that vote carries 14 in favor, and Mayor Eisenberger was opposed. He's a workaholic, just wanted to keep on going. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy your break. Thank you, councillors. Welcome back from your sustenance break. Hope everyone had an appetizing lunch. I had rice in a bag. It was wonderful. But I'll take it. Thank you. Councillor Nan, you are the next councillor. Come on down.
Good afternoon, and thank you through you, Chair. Yeah, I had veggies.
Oh, I should make sure that the director is back on the line
Oh,
before we
good point,
begin.
because if we can't get our questions answered,
Then
then
that's, yep.
yeah.
So director, are you there?
I am here.
There you go. Excellent. Okay, now we're ready to go. I'll restart your clock, Councillor Nan. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you, Director Deldevo and the transit team for presenting today, and also extending my thanks to all of our transit workers on the front line, providing all the service that you were able to provide in 2020. I'm looking forward to this discussion. I have a couple of questions related to pandemic planning and the potential of what service delivery can look like moving forward. Also, some questions regarding the fare increase, the on-demand transit, and a couple of funding questions. So starting off, thank you so much for providing what I would say policy leadership as it relates to framing the population outcomes in such a tangible and real way in terms of the bus service that we were able to provide, the transit service that we were able to provide during this during the pandemic, and who it served. Fundamentally, the emergency, being able to keep our essential workers moving during the pandemic was critical and essential, not only for their own livelihood and their ability to get home and to work, but also in that line that that was mentioned by staff in terms of the lifeline to essential workers, who were a lifeline for all of us. I think that is a critical framework by which we need to continue this transit conversation, and also to inform how in which we might continue funding transit in order to meet those needs and the needs of those people. So I wanted to ask, in terms of the pivots that had to be made, one of the feedbacks that I got quite a bit of in the pandemic and the first wave from residents who rely on mobility devices was the way in which having this service require people with disabilities to have a support companion with them ended up leading them to further isolation and limited many people who are living with disabilities and seniors from being able to access support services that they depend on. And if I could, through you, Chair, get comment back from the director on that piece and how that is informed, that feedback, whether or not you all have heard that feedback, and how that's informing what emergency transit services look like moving forward in terms of ensuring that we're not putting those kinds of barriers in place for our most marginalized residents.
And so before I go to the director for the question, is Nicole Oddie on the line? I just have a question, Councillor Nan, just in my role as chair. We do have a human rights complaint against the city that tangentially is very close to what you're asking the question about. So I want to make sure that we're not treading into something that's going to impede our position.
Thank you.
There she is.
My apologies, members of committee. Councillor, if I could ask you just to repeat the question to make sure that I hear
Sure, and thank you to the chair. I didn't catch that would be connected, but my question was related to transit service delivery during future phases of the pandemic. Should transit need to reduce its service delivery? There was a concern expressed by residents to me throughout phase one about the need to have individuals have support companions, and how that limited the mobility of people living with disabilities and seniors to access support services that they depend on. And my question to the director was, how has that feedback integrated into service planning moving forward?
And Madam Solicitor, I stopped the process at that point because I recognized that it was very close to what the human rights appeal is with regards to darts in the city of Hamilton, and wanted your advice before we ventured forth. And I'm not timing this, Councillor Nan, so it's not taking time off your clock.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So certainly, I believe that Debbie is familiar with the issue and the complaint. So if she's comfortable answering the question, then I don't see a particular issue. But if we are concerned that that may tread into those waters, then we can certainly come back or provide that information in camera.
That's fine. You're aware of it now, so go ahead, Director.
Thank you, and through the chair to the councillor. And if I understand correctly, your question, it was specifically around the operational impact of how we were proceeding to keep our operators safe. So when we have ramps both at the front and the rear of the vehicle, and to activate that ramp at the rear, it's a requirement that the driver leaves their driver's compartment and flicks the switch for the ramp to deploy. So at the time where we went to rear door loading, there was no opportunity for the operator to then go back and activate that switch without him or her coming out of their protected area, respecting of the fact this was early on in the pandemic. So in order to facilitate our customers who travel with mobility aids, or we had to come up very quickly with a way so that they could still access our service. So we advised that if they traveled with a companion, then the companion, the operator, would then walk them through how to activate the ramp, ensuring, of course, and the reason why you need someone to do that is to make sure when the ramp goes out that it's safe and as well gets stowed back correctly. Realizing that not everybody would have access to a companion, then we worked with DARTS to provide a stop-to-stop service for those customers who could not travel with a companion. So they were able to then call DARTS and request a pickup at their service stop, and then DARTS would transport them to the service stop they would be getting off at had they ridden on the conventional service, with no requirement for them to be an actual DARTS client. So we rolled that out. We tried our best to get those communications out there through all the channels. And as I spoke earlier on in my presentation, in those early months, it was we did try to leverage every type of communication means to get that information out there so that people knew that that service was available, because we certainly appreciated that we did not want to take away the ability of anyone to travel with us if they were traveling with us during those early stages.
And I appreciate it. And I apologize if I missed that portion of the presentation, addressing that, as I was at an appointment and joined the presentation when you started getting into the details for the 2021 budget. So I appreciate the opportunity. The next question I had, I did want to dive a little deeper on the on-demand transit pilot for Waterdown, as this is the first time I'm hearing about this service, which I have to say, I want to preface this with saying that I never want to be in the way of innovation as it relates to transit service delivery, but I do have to ask some questions as it relates to the operational decision and also the service funding model. So did we get any information about how much this pilot is going to cost?
Thank you, Director.
So through the chair, in the terms of cost, are you specifically referencing the securement of the software in order to deliver the pilot?
Just generally speaking, through you to the director, I just don't have a sense of how much an on-demand transit pilot is going to cost to the city of Hamilton.
So through the chair, what we are going to do in Waterdown is simply leverage technology to assign existing resources within the existing budget to better serve and pilot that delivery model in that community. So there is no increase in the operating budget. There's no additional costs associated with that. We're just leveraging technology in order to provide a service that is not the traditional, conventional, fixed route service.
Councillor?
And I assume then I can't get into the details of how much it costs as it relates to a procurement issue, or?
Through the chair, that's correct. It's currently out for, we have an RFI currently out on the market.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that clarity. Just for my sake, so that I can help articulate this information to my residents who are already sending in emails asking questions about it. So my understanding from what General Manager Zagaric said is that our AR funding model delivers a proportionment of cost to service level. And when the transit area of the service changes, then there will be a shift in terms of what other areas pay. So does this mean that Waterdown residents will be seeing a higher tax rate in order to receive this service through you, Chair?
Director?
So through the chair, I'll start off and then I will let Mike speak around the taxation. So when I say within the existing budget, it's within the existing budget as it pertains to the area rating within Waterdown. So there's not going to be any increase in regards. We are just looking at delivering a service differently than the conventional fixed route transit, and we're leveraging technology in order to facilitate that, to see if we can better serve that community in a pilot program, with the intention, and once we learn from that pilot, to roll out that model throughout the rest of the city in those areas where we can improve transit in order to increase ridership and keep transit sustainable.
Thank you, Director. And then General Manager Zagaric, so that's a no?
Through you, Mr. I wouldn't necessarily say no. It would be subject to the kilometers of service. And if this results, based on, I'll make an assumption around demand, if this results in a higher number of kilometers of service, that would be captured through the next update to the area rating, which just because of the pandemic and the amendments that have been made in service, we're suggesting pausing the area rating for 2021 because of the impact the pandemic's had. And if we have a similar experience for 2021, we can either use 2019 as the base year for 2022, potentially with some adjustments, or it could have a 2023 impact.
Councillor?
Okay. Thank you. And then, so fare would be the same as it is across the city for the service in the pilot through you?
So
Director?
through the chair to the councillor, yes, there will be no change to our policies, our fare structure, programs. Nothing changes except for the fact that we will be using technology to inform how the service is physically being delivered within Waterdown.
Thank you. And I appreciate, through the chair, the difference between inclusion and equity here. Inclusion meaning that everybody gets a shoe, and equity saying that everybody gets a shoe that fits. And by all means, I want to enable as many residents across the city of Hamilton to make informed choices in their transit options and choose transit, I apologize, and multimodal transit in order to have not only a change in behavior, the cost of vehicle ownership as we know it is quite high, and for many of our residents, they're making the option and the choice to reduce the number of vehicles they have in their home in order to save some money. So absolutely, I understand from an economic equity model why we may want to ensure that we continue supporting as many residents as possible to choose getting out of their vehicles and into a bus, depending on how it's delivered and the environmental impact of it. The next question I have related to the project.
Sorry,
oh,
Councillor,
really? I thought I had 30 more
minutes.
seconds.
No,
Darn it.
sorry.
My
Not
clock
according to
isn't
my
the same
timer.
as yours. I'll put myself on for a second time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next one is Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, and mine will be short. I just wanted to thank Director Debbie because 2 years ago she came to my office and told me about riding the bus, and I had to admit I never take the bus, and so I did. And I want to inform you that this October I just got rid of my car, and I do take the bus, and I want to say that it is clean, it's easy, and I found it pretty fast because you just dial the number on your phone and find out roughly when the bus is coming. So thank you for directing me that way. I really enjoy taking the bus. But my question is for Adam. And I want to ask Adam, on the key things that you heard from the public, on-time service, transfer and connection, frequency, bus crowdedness, fare affordability, what are those in order or that are priorities starting from that, or is it random?
I'll go to the director and the director can direct the question.
Through the chair, I'll ask Jay Adams to provide some clarification for the councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, great question. There was an order of priorities. So on-time service reliability was far and away mentioned as the most important issue for customers and one that they currently were not fully satisfied with our current level of service. So that was a key one for us. And the way we got at that question is we asked, based on research in the industry, across 30 indicators that drive customer satisfaction, we asked our customers to rate the ones most important to them and the ones where they were not getting the current level of satisfaction that they expect. And that's how we came up with that list.
Oh, thank you. And so my question is with crowdedness. Last year's lockdown, which started, I think it was last March, what was the capacity on the bus? What was the number? Do you know a number of people that were allowed to board the bus?
Director?
Through the chair, I can answer that. Initially, we were allowing 10 people on a 40-foot bus.
And with this second lockdown, what is the capacity now?
Through the chair to the councillor, so initially in the early stages in the spring, the capacities were reduced to 10 customers for a 40-foot vehicle. As we moved through the year and services and businesses started to reopen, we went to 2/3 capacity on our fleet. And currently, we are at a full seated capacity on our buses that are operating out there now currently.
So when you say, okay, thank you, Debbie, Director. Can you tell me 2/3? Can you give me a number on 2/3 and what the full capacity, the number on that? Can you give me the numbers or?
Absolutely. And these are average numbers respecting the fact that we have different types of vehicles and different seating configurations. So on a 40-foot vehicle, typically we look at 35 as the seated capacity. And on a 60-foot vehicle, the articulated vehicles, we look, the seated capacity ranges between 52 and 62.
So, so the second lockdown, then we're saying that it is a lockdown. We're saying we have about 52, up to 52, 62. So when we took the key things that it said bus crowdedness, when were they talking about? Before COVID or now that it's COVID?
So,
Director?
Sorry, through the chair to the council, this was before COVID.
Okay. So you haven't had any complaints now of crowdedness, even though it's a lockdown and we're full capacity?
So through the chair to the councillor, currently what we went with the reduced capacities, we have operationalized additional services out on the road on those busier routes so that we respect the capacities on the vehicles, and we've done that throughout the pandemic. So currently the restrictions are the restrictions. Once we reach those capacities, then the buses will continue on and we supplement the service with an extra bus in order to respect those capacities. Keeping in mind that we increase capacities on the vehicles based in conjunction with the advice from our public health partners and also respecting that we had installed the bioshields and we made masks mandatory for people traveling on transit. So the capacities increased as the safety protocols increased as we progressed through the pandemic.
Thank you. And the last question I want, are the operators now more confident in this second wave of closure with their safety than before? Because I heard a rumor or somebody emailed, I'm not sure what it was, that some of the operators weren't comfortable. Is that, are they more comfortable with this lockdown protection they have now?
Director?
So through the chair to the councillor, as I mentioned in my presentation, you know, at the early onset of the pandemic, our number one priority was the health and safety of our staff and especially the operators. As we learned more about the pandemic and as we took advice from our public health partners, we increased our safety protocols to ensure that health and safety of the operators. So specifically when we got to early July, you know, in March, we stopped collecting fares and rear door loaded everyone to ensure their safety. And then we didn't reinstitute allowing customers to come in through the front of the vehicle until we had our fleet outfitted with the bioshields. So from the perspective of the operators feeling safe, I can tell you that they continue to come into work as they have throughout this pandemic, even when we didn't have the sophistication of the protocols that we have now. And as concerns are brought forward, we work with the Health and Safety Committee to ensure that we are continuing in our mandate to keep them safe and healthy while they're here at work, and also leveraging you know, information from our public health partners and using their recommendations and advice to inform our decisions while we're working in conjunction with the EOC to ensure that we are keeping everybody safe.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank you again for encouraging me. And the last time I took the bus, I was shocked how clean it was. I mean, with the snow, it was snowing. I had to go downtown to City Hall and it was so spotless. I just enjoyed it so much. I mean, there were only few on the bus, but I really enjoyed it. So thank you very much. I now have less expense because I only have one car. And so thank you.
Glad to hear you joined me riding the bus.
Yes.
Okay, who's the next one? Councillor Ferguson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just three quick questions to Debbie. And Debbie, first of all, I know this is a long, tough day for you, but you're holding up very well. I think you've done a good presentation today. If I want to start with slide 19, and I fully admit I'm on information overload after a week of budgets and constant meetings. But I didn't understand your answer to Councillor Jackson on slide 19. You're saying that your budget increase is 3.4%, but you put a nice little preface after that saying that, but when you factor in the reduction in underperforming routes, I know we had one in Ancaster, it went down to 2. But when you're questioned by Councillor Jackson, you said it's 3.4. So I'm trying to understand that math.
Director?
So through the chair, and my apologies, Councillor Ferguson, in my attempt to make things clearer, I seem to have caused a great bit of confusion, and that certainly wasn't my intention. So the budget increase for transit for 2021 is 3.4%. And I'm going to defer to Mike to rely on his expertise in explaining the inference around the 2%.
Mr. Zagaric? She's letting you get her out of the woodshed.
I'll do my best, Debbie. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So again, let's build off the 3.4%, which is the 2021 increase relative to 2020. About 95% of that 3.4% is related to employee-related costs, and that is 3.1%. So again, about, going to do the quick math, that's got to be around 95% at 3.4 is employee-related costs. Some other pressures is the Presto commissions commitment of $1.3 million, as well as the contribution to the transit fleet reserve of $200,000. Offsetting those pressures is the reduction in fuel prices of about $400,000, the elimination of paper fare media and Presto device refresh. That totals about $560,000. And the final savings is the annualization of the underperforming routes that were approved in 2020. And that represents just short of $1 million in savings. So again, there's some pressures, principally employee-related costs, Presto commissions, contribution to reserves, offsetting that fuel savings, elimination of fare increases, and the $1 million as it relates to the annualization underperforming routes.
So I guess, Mike, the easiest way to describe this then is that the 3.4% is the sum total of all the key drivers.
Yes, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Okay,
yes.
Now I get it. Now I get it. Okay. Debbie, if we can go now to slide 20, and I just want to drag down to that. So you're telling us that it's a stand-pat budget is how you opened up with in your presentation today. But I look at slide 20, you're adding 13 additional buses and 35 new FTEs. That doesn't look to me, unless it's a stand-pat, unless the 13 are replacement budgets, but that wouldn't explain the 35 FTEs. So how was this a stand-pat budget when you're hiring 35 more employees?
Director?
So through the chair to the councillor, this one I can do without Mike. I included the slide in the presentation as a reminder to council about the improvements that were improved as part of the 2020 budget. So what you're seeing on slide 20 is year 5, which was approved as part of the 2020 budget process. As you recall, in June of last year, we came to council with a recommendation based on where we were with COVID. We were in lockdown. We had so many unknowns at that time that we recommended we postpone the implementation of year 5 into 2021. So we did not hire additional staff. We didn't purchase additional vehicles. We did not do the fare increase last September. And we did not add those additional 46,000 hours. It was, though, added to the budget. So when we come forward into 2021, the costs associated with year 5 were already approved as part of the 2020 budget. And pending approval of, we're recommending, obviously, to implement year 5 in 2021. And when September rolls around, year 5 will look at 13 additional buses. We'll be hiring 35 FTEs, 29 of those will be operators. We'll be adding 46,000 additional service hours in September, and there will be a fare increase of 5 cents
okay.
for year 5.
So Debbie, is this the annualization of what was approved a year ago?
Director?
That may not be correct because you never hired any additional staff in 2020, even though it was budgeted.
That's correct. We essentially deferred the implementation of year 5. So it's already been budgeted for through the process. We just won't be actioning it until September of 2021. So
okay,
I
got it.
You got
Thank
it?
You.
Okay.
Yep, I got it.
Thank you.
And so my last question is slide 24, which is the route of 44 arrival. And you're saying that's quite a successful route. And I don't disagree with you. I'm sure across the Hamilton Mountain, there's probably a large usage with all the new development that has occurred, particularly between, say, Upper James and Centennial Parkway. So last year, you had an enhancement on Route 44. And of course, the piece from Lancaster through to the Ancaster Industrial Park is area rated. And so you went to 20-minute service, I believe, in 2020. Are you improving that again in 2021 in what you've proposed?
Director?
So through the chair, I'll defer to Jason on the particulars, but if you're asking Councillor that as part of year 5, last year these were the same service improvements that we had proposed as part of year 5. So of those 46,000 hours, the improvements of RIMO were going to be captured in the implementation of year 5.
Okay, so there's no new enhancements then in 2021 other than what was approved and not necessarily implemented in 2020.
That's oh, sorry, through the chair. That's correct, Councillor. We paused. Correct.
And it is 20-minute service now into the Ancaster Industrial Park?
So through the chair for that one, I will defer to Jason.
Mr. Vanderheed?
Through the chair, that is correct. In 2019, fall of 2019, as part of year 4, we had increased frequency from 30 minutes to 20 minutes on that route. And we had intended, as Debbie said, to increase to 15-minute frequency as part of year 5 in fall of 2020, but that was deferred and would now be going in place this fall.
Okay, that's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vanderbeek, can you take the chair for me so that I can ask a few questions?
Can you hear me?
There you are.
I am.
There you are. Thank you very much. I appreciate this. So first, I do want to thank all of the HSR staff and especially the operators, the folks that work in the garage. I have ridden the bus on and off throughout the pandemic on different routes. I have found the service to be excellent. Yes, there are a few nasty customers that really get in the face of some of the drivers. I can tell you that the drivers, operators, they are excellent at de-escalating situation that I have observed. So I've been very proud of the HSR through this process. I have a question, Madam Chair, about the Waterdown Transit on Demand. I'm a bit stymied. I'm trying to understand how this is an operational decision that doesn't come to council for approval. We've approved route expansions, route extensions, route reductions. We've approved Transcab pilots in the past. So I'm really stymied in terms of process as to how we can make this change without council approval.
Director?
So through the chair to the councillor, the on-demand pilot in Waterdown is an operational change to within the existing service and the existing budget, as we do with other operational efficiencies. And technically, this is what we're looking at as an operational efficiency on how we deliver the services. We make those decisions based within our existing budget and specific to the service standards. So when we looked at the pilot of trying to deliver our services in a different format, leveraging technology, the decision was made to look at the on-demand pilot in conjunction with the ward councillor, as we work with every ward councillor when we are starting to look at changes to how we are delivering our services. We conducted a pilot in Riverdale and worked closely with Councillor Collins in regards to that, which involved some routing changes within our existing budget. So that was the method by which we arrived at the decision to have that pilot for the on-demand service in Waterdown.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, so when we've added Transcabs, we did that out to Winona. Council made the decision. When we did the reduction in routes, council made that decision. I'm trying to understand how reallocations within a budget doesn't come back to council, because you could make some dramatic changes to HSR service then under this thesis without coming to council for approval. And I have some pretty serious concerns about that.
Director?
So through the chair, my response to that would be that we are working within our existing budget and changing processes within the operation without expanding our mandate on the budget that we have available to us for us to deliver our services.
Councillor?
Okay, I don't agree. I'll have to take it offline with the city manager. I'm stymied how we could make any of these changes without coming through the report to council saying, here's what we're going to be doing. Yes, we're reallocating funds that were in the budget from here to here and get the council's approval.
Thank you, Councillor.
It blows my mind. Anyways, moving on.
Councillor, I think Dan McKinnon might like to have a comment on what you were suggesting.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Dan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I was going to offer to bring back some kind of a report. I understand that this has been our historical practice to explore different opportunities to change service or maybe deliver it differently. And so happy to bring back some kind of a report to Public Works if to kind of talk about the history and kind of the nuances if council wishes.
Thank you.
Just 1 second. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. The clerk advises me that Councillor Danko has proposed a motion and they forwarded it to all members of council. So we'll be looking at that. And I appreciate your response, Mr. McKinnon. You can understand my concern though. If this was the process for all departments, we could start to see some dramatic changes in departments that council may not agree with. And so it just concerns me that it doesn't come back to council, at least for vetting. Can I ask a question? Do we have a plan currently that is approved by council with regards to the elimination of diesel buses on our roads?
Director?
So through the chair, regarding a plan, we did come to council, I believe it was before my time in 2013, with a recommendation to introduce compressed natural gas buses into the fleet and to and then come back to council with an update on how that rollout was. And I believe we came to council, and I can get the date when just to provide an update as far as the introduction of CNG vehicles into the fleet.
Councillor.
So for clarification, do we have a timeline as to when we would be eliminating the use of diesel buses? The pollution that comes off of them is rather significant, and it certainly doesn't fit within our climate change portfolio and goals. Just trying to understand when all of the diesel buses will be off the road.
Director?
Through the chair, sorry, Councillor, I understand more clearly your question. So we keep our vehicles for 12 years, and we don't buy any diesel vehicles, so every expansion vehicle will be CNG. And I might ask, and I believe Mark Selkirk has joined the meeting, he could specifically say, based on our 12-year life cycle, when the last time was we purchased a diesel vehicle, so it would be 12 years from that date.
Mark, are you online?
Through the chair, I am online. My name is Mark Selkirk. I'm the retiring fleet manager for the Hamilton Street Railway. Our last diesel bus purchase was in 2012. So I'm going to say right around 2024, 2025 would be when the diesel buses exit our system.
Thank you, sir. Councillor?
And so, and thank you, that's very helpful. And so do we have a commitment or a decision from council not to buy any more diesel buses after that expiration in 2024?
Director?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if I understand the question, Councillor, if you could just elaborate.
Okay, well, let's use the current mindset of your operational authority. If we get to 2024, can you decide to buy more diesel buses? Or has council said no more diesel buses after 2024?
Director?
So through the chair to the councillor, the direction when the report came through to council for the recommendation to switch to CNG vehicles was that we would maintain purchasing CNG vehicles until such time that we would come forward with another recommendation requesting that we would switch that vehicle.
Councillor?
Okay, so I think at some point in the next little while, we're going to have to debate a motion to eliminate the use of diesel buses after 2024, in keeping with our climate change goals and promises. Is Mr. Zagaric on the line, Madam Chair?
Mike, are you available? Not seeing him.
Through the chair, I am.
Oh, there he is.
Excellent, thank you. Sorry about that, Mike.
No, no problem.
So this is more of a hypothetical question, and there's been talk this morning already about higher order transit, and I'm trying to understand if the city of Hamilton were to go to the private sector to get financing for $1 billion to improve our transit fleet. How would we treat that on the books? Would that not still show as a debt, and would that still not be added to the levy to pay that debt?
Through the chair, yes. So I'll caveat that is how the councillor has described the scenario. If we're making an investment towards city assets, our fleet, then that is a debt-funded acquisition, and that would form an obligation reflected on our financial statements, and that debt principal and interest costs would be funded from a combination, because it's transit related, a combination of levy, fare box, and if there were to be any other revenues.
Councillor?
And so to clarify, if a green venture fund, hedge fund, whatever they call those things, if they were to finance it instead of going to the bank or going through debentures, et cetera, how do we treat that?
So through the chair, that's a little different in that I'm still going to make the assumption it's a city asset, and if the councilor's asking if we sought to enter into some form of alternative financing, again, it would still be leveraged against a city asset, and frankly, my short answer would be, Councillor, it would be similar to the previous scenario, because again, it's still a debt and the associated cost of servicing that debt obligation, that because it is a transit project would be funded from levy and user fees. So again, that's under this scenario. It's a city acquires the asset, and we're just pursuing an alternative financing strategy. If this was ever to be a public-private partnership, that's more challenging, because then the question is, whose asset is it? Because you can only go out and secure financing if you own the asset, and that's you're leveraging something as it relates to that financing. So the previous two scenarios that I've tried to speak to is under the assumption that they are city assets.
Councillor?
So, and just my final supplementary. And so if we were looking at the traditional funding model where the feds provide a portion, the province provides a portion, and the municipality provides a portion, but the municipality didn't have the wherewithal to do that, so they went out to a third-party finance to assist, that still goes on to our debt because it's our asset.
Yes, it's through the chair, that you're correct. And so it's still on our financial statements. The rules governing that were restricted. Some of you may recall the whole computer leasing exercise where some municipalities tried off the balance sheet financing. And so since that time, there's been further restrictions to prevent those types of behaviors.
Thank you. Just something that we should all be aware of as we move forward. Okay, those are all of my questions. I have second time council. Oh, I'll take the chair back. Thank you very much, Councillor Vanderbeek. I really appreciate your assistance. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Danko, and Councillor Nan. I'll start with Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Clark. And I've got 4 further themes of questions, and hopefully it'll be all wrapped up within my second time going around. I'd like to pick up with Director Delvedove. My last round of questions about 3.5 hours ago. Debbie, on the overall sanitization costs, everything you explained, how outstandingly efficiently and over and above your entire HSR team and maintenance division are doing, keeping the buses clean the last 10 months, especially during the plague. I wondered, and maybe if General Manager Zagaric wants to help a bit, fine, and I'm trying to help, if you will, your 3.4% overall. Obviously, sanitization, extra sanitization are COVID-related costs. And with the $44 million check we got from Premier Ford to cover municipal costs, was any of that factored in? And if it wasn't, could it be factored in that might reduce your 3.4? Starting with you and General Manager Zagaric, please. Through you, Deputy Mayor.
So through the chair to the councillor, there was a separate fund to recover costs associated with cleaning. That was provided to the municipalities, but I will defer to Mike to answer the balance of your question, councillor.
Okay.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, my short answer would be we're relying on, and I appreciate Jason clarifying my previous misspeak about phase 1, phase 2. We're relying on a phase 3 that will provide funding for transit for the balance of 2021 beyond March 31st. So to your question, Councillor, I would suggest that any funding that we might secure might help to balance the budget for 2021. And at this time, I don't see an opportunity to make assumptions on funding in an effort to try to reduce the levy. I think the highest priority really is securing funding for 2021, recognizing the current commitment just takes us to March 31st of 2021.
So, General Manager, if I've listened to you correctly, you basically said, Councillor, that $44 million has all been factored in globally within the corporate budget, and nothing left over, if you will, to help Debbie to reduce the 3.4 to us. Is that a fair, accurate interpretation through you, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I appreciate the councillor's clarification of the municipal restart versus the transit restart. We've very much focused on, if you recall, there's 2 funding streams under restart, transit and the municipal one. So again, we're reliant on the transit as it relates to transit services. Doesn't preclude leveraging the municipal one. Having said that, is our last estimate shows that there may still be a shortfall as it relates to the remaining funds for 2021 relative to our exposure for 2021. Okay. So again, if there is sufficient funding left over in 2021, we would look to fully leverage the municipal, including any transit related, if that's a opportunity. But I would say it's preliminary, Councillor, to make any assumptions on the availability of that funding for transit, as well applying that funding to reduce the current levy position for transit.
Councillor?
General Manager, obviously, as always, it's on your radar. Much appreciated. Second quick theme that I haven't touched on, Deputy Mayor Clark, shelters. Director, you know I'm a huge fan and advocate. In fact, offer up from time to time my Ward 6 area rate of reserve for capital expenditures to provide and build shelters where your budget just doesn't have enough to go around the whole city. Now, please, I saw there on slide 32, Senior Project Manager Jay Adams went out of his way to talk about survey results, cleanliness, protection from weather, safe and secure, health and safety, and more shelters that our customers want. So I'm asking you, what's the status of the current list of your both replacement and new shelters for 2021? And after you answer that, I would simply ask one or both of your managers, either Tanya Detmar or Jason Vanderhyde, please get back to the Ward 6 office during the budget process, because I'm more than willing again to potentially offer up some area rate of reserves to either replace and or build some new shelters. Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark, please.
Thank you.
So through the chair to Councillor Jackson, specifically around the shelters. As you recall, as part of one of the PTIF projects, we identified the replacement of all existing shelters throughout the city, and we've worked through that project. In specifically around the expansion shelters, unfortunately in 2020 due to COVID, we were not able to add those additional shelters because the supplier obviously had to shut down through COVID, and trying to pour the cement and all those other operational requirements for us to install shelters did not happen in 2020. But we are full steam ahead in 2021. So what we didn't do in 2020, we will be performing so in 2021, as well as the additional shelters that we have planned for 2021. I do want to put a caveat on that, provided nothing from COVID, again, impacts the ability for the supplier to produce those shelters and for us to be able to lay the pads. Specific around what the status is and of the ones that have been identified, and we could speak specifically around your ward, Councillor Jackson. I'm going to ask Jason. I believe he will be able to give you some clarification around what that looks like.
Thank you, Director. Manager Vanderhyde, please.
Through the chair to the councillor of Ward 6. We, as Debbie said, we had a bit of a pause in 2020 due to COVID and the supply chain of shelters. So in 2021, we're looking at somewhere in the vicinity of 20 to 21 new shelters that we can deploy throughout the city. Certainly for Ward 6, we had some outstanding locations, specifically at the corner of Upper Sherman and Rymel, that we were waiting on the construction to be completed around Nora Francis Henderson School. And I believe, I haven't ventured out to the corner. It's not far from my house, but I haven't ventured out, but I believe those may have actually been installed this week. And to your request about keeping in touch with you, I do have a team meeting 4 days from now to finalize our or look at our list of where those expansions are going to go in. So we'll certainly touch base with you in the very near future.
Manager, thank you very much for the encouraging news. Thank you for keeping that on your radar as well. Look forward to the offline discussion in between budget meetings. Deputy Mayor Clark, 2 more quick themes. Okay, Rymel Road. Debbie, you went out of your way in your presentation to talk about Rymel being part of the S line of the BLAST network. I've been a big, huge supporter and advocate to get the S line and expand and increase the running times of HSR. And currently, things slow down, if you will, in terms of the level of service at Trinity Church Road on the easterly end and Glancaster Road on the westerly end. And everything in between has a higher frequency of running times of the HSR. So my question to you is, obviously, I've been very sensitive over the years, Deputy Mayor Clark, to my 7 suburban colleagues and the whole area rated issue. But I just need to put that on the table, that in between Trinity Church Road and Glancaster Road, the frequency is much greater and higher along Rymel Road. Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark, to Director Delvedova, is that a fair assessment?
Director?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Jason Vanderhyde to speak to that for you, Councillor.
Please, Manager.
Through the chair to the councillor. So just a point of clarification, the only difference in frequency was west of Glancaster Road. The remainder of the route was always the same frequency, regardless of whether you were down below the mountain in Stony Creek or on the mountain in Stony Creek or anywhere else between there and Glancaster Road. I believe, and I would have to go back and check, but I believe in our 2019 implementation, we may have added the frequency to be consistent all the way out to Ancaster Business Park, but certainly there's never been a differentiation at Trinity Church.
My sincere apologies, and thank you very much for correcting me on that record. Great to hear. So it's mostly west of Glancaster Road. Fair enough. And Debbie, as you know, Rymel Road, Council's approved a capital budget for a future expansion of Rymel Road, starting where we've left off at Dartnell Road, Deputy Mayor Clark, all the way over to Upper James, crossing in Wards 6, 7, and 8, eventually I put this and I implore you and General Manager McKinnon, whatever happened on Rymal when the expansion to 3 lanes a few years ago occurred and the bus stops were taken off the shoulder of the road and put beside the paved lanes on Rymal, causing backups of normal traffic, that has caused so much consternation and awful backlash. I leave it with you and General Manager McKinnon. I'm putting that on the record now, as Rymal will be eventually expanded to 5 lanes starting in my ward. Please do not allow that to happen. I leave that with you to take under advisement. Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark, the director understands what I'm saying, please.
Director.
Through the chair, I hear you loud and clear, Councillor.
Thank you. And lastly, whether LRT happens or not, Director, and you and I chatted about this a couple of weeks ago. If LRT does not happen, there's going to be an explosion of BRT and the current HSR system coast to coast to coast in this city. You and your team, I hope, are anticipating and preparing for that down the road if that materializes. Maybe a comment from the director, and that's my last question, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. Director.
Through the chair to the councillor, we will remain committed to ensuring that we are providing a service to all of the residents in Hamilton and doing that efficiently and in order to grow ridership. So certainly we'll be doing our part to work with whatever that decision ultimately ends up being to ensure that we have a very robust system in Hamilton.
Thanks for answering all my questions today, Director. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. The next second-time speaker is Councillor Danko. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just going back to questions on area ratings. So, Director Delvado, in your presentation, you said that area rating restricts equitable access to transit across the city. Can you expand on what you mean by that?
Director.
So through the chair, as I went through my presentation, and when we were talking about those areas of the city where we are seeing the most substantial growth and opportunity growth through the business parks and the AEGD, and those parts of those areas that are currently area rated, specific around our ability to provide a level of service that is inducive of increasing ridership and providing access for residents. So it's specific around the level of service as we speak to and provide the service that our customers are asking for, which is frequent and reliable. That was my point in regards to the impact that area rating currently presents for us.
Thank you. And just to be perfectly clear, the level of service in the Re-envision campaign, that was the main service that people were looking for increased frequency, increased headways, less transfers, and area rating is currently an impediment to delivering that to some areas.
Director.
So through the chair to the councillor, based on our survey, based on our engagement with the residents and our current customers, and of course we surveyed people who aren't our current customers, and trying to gauge exactly what their expectations are for people who are currently riding with us, and for people who would consider getting out of their car to ride for us. They highlighted, the frequency was important to them, reliability, and trip times similar to that for those individuals who are currently in their vehicles and are looking to consider transit. So that's what we garnered from the great work that Jay and his team and the work with McMaster through the survey is what the customers are telling us they want in their transit system in order to make it their first choice.
Councillor.
Thank you. And just looking back to, we struck a area rating subcommittee. I believe it last met in just before the pandemic, and I think it was February 2020. But originally the goal was to have recommendations in place and to solve this issue, this ongoing glitch from amalgamation by the 2020 budget. And if, as General Manager Zagaric stated, Upper and Lower Hamilton fund 82.7% of transit. And if I'm looking at some of the recommendations or potential fixes, if we averaged the transit levy throughout the entire city, residents in Ward 8 and Upper and Lower Hamilton would see a 3% tax cut. If we took out the rural areas, residents in Upper and Lower Hamilton could see a 2.4% tax cut. Now, obviously, I'd like to see that reinvested into the system, but that also means tax increases to those areas that benefit from this glitch, including Waterdown, which would see their taxes go up between 2.9% and 3.6% if area rating was eliminated. So my question through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Director Dalvido is, are we anticipating getting back to solving this area rating problem in time for the 2022 budget? Is that our intention?
Director?
So through the chair, I'll ask Mike Zagaric to speak to the plan moving forward with the area rating subcommittee.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Zagaric.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the last time that we were before the area rating subcommittee, the work plan with respect to area rating was subject to the refresh work to be undertaken by transits in order to get a estimate as to the kilometers that would be rebased coming out of that exercise. So as it relates to 2022, I'm going to suggest it's really subject to the pandemic and the pace or ability to do that work. And again, drawing from that 2019 work plan, I'm going to assume the work plan or the stages are consistent. It's really the start dates in terms of the refresh work and the outcomes coming out of that work to help inform the area rating analysis.
Councillor?
Thank you. And in just terms of the timeline, as it stands now, we're waiting for that. The residents that I represent are overpaying for transit up to 3% on their levy. So, I mean, the sooner the better. We need to fix this problem. Those are all the questions I had on the budget, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I do have a motion on the Waterdown pilot. If you can come back to me at the appropriate time. Thank you.
I will do so, and it will likely be item 8 on the agenda today. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Yan, you're up next.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the Director, pivoting to the next batch of questions related to the fare increase that was in the proposed presentation today that we received. So in order to fund the transit strategy moving forward, the proposal by staff is a 5-cent fare increase effective September 2021. And staff had also mentioned that transit is funded partially 50% through our fare box and 50% through tax revenues. Could staff please clarify what fare freezes we provided during the pandemic and whether or not those were all recuperated through the funding that came in from the province and the feds? Director?
So through the chair to the councillor, when we moved to rear door loading as a result of the pandemic, it caused us to cease fare collection. So we did experience a loss of fare revenue until such time as we were able to resume fare collection in July when we had the bioshields adjusted. We identified those fare losses, and they were in fact identified as part of the impacts for access to the Safe Restart Agreement. So we were made whole for the purposes of the lost revenue through the Safe Restart Agreement.
Thank you. So Safe Restart did cover fare loss loss of revenue through fares in order to accommodate the needs and provide the essential service as transit is classified as such. And I will provide a notice of motion through you, Chair, today to the rest of my colleagues to consider a fare rate freeze for the duration of the COVID-19 pandemic. So that is to come. I apologize. I just sent it to Clerk Paparella, and you all will receive it shortly within today's meeting. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. I appreciate the notice. Third time, Councillor Danko. Did I say something wrong, Councillor Danko?
No, I was just expecting to put the motion on the floor, but I think you want to do it under item 8.
It just makes it a little bit cleaner if I do it under motions.
Yep,
I'll look
no
to
problem.
the clerk for their advice. If they want to do it now, I'm happy to do it either way. Give me 1 second to confer.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it is okay to actually do it now because it is directly related to the presentation.
Okay, so then, Madam Clerk, would I receive the presentation first and then do the motion, or do the motion and then receive the presentation?
You would, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you would receive the presentation first.
Okie dokie. Okay, so I need, I have no more speakers, so I need a mover and a seconder to just receive the presentation. We're not approving anything, we just receive. Moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. And Madam Clerk, if you could put that vote up, that will get us rolling. The vote is up, count. Always, if you can't submit your vote, just let me know. And I'll keep looking at you until we've cleared it. Should try having an itchy nose underneath the mask. It's driving me crazy. I think the mask makes it worse. Councillor Nan, yeah, we got it. There we go. Councillor Ferguson, did we get your vote, please, on receiving the presentation? And that vote carried 14-0. And so now to Councillor Danko's motion, which I believe was sent by email to everyone. And if we don't have it there, maybe the clerk can throw it up on the screen for us. I can read it out if you want. Or actually, Councillor Danko, why don't you read your motion out and we'll get a seconder for it and we'll go from there instead of doing it the other way.
Sure. I'm not sure if somebody wants to just jump on as a seconder now, and then I'll put it on the floor.
Councillor Nan.
Thank you. So the motion is that staff be directed to report back to the General Issues Committee during the 2021 budget process with the following information as it relates to the on-demand transit pilot program. A cost to implement and operate the Waterdown on-demand transit pilot. B, an evaluation of the funding sources, including proportion of system-wide fares paid by current HSR riders and any proportion shared by Hamilton ratepayers. C, terms of the pilot, including length of operation, ridership targets, and business case financial evaluation criteria. D, an evaluation of any potential impact on service levels throughout the system due to resources, staff time, and buses being diverted to the Waterdown on-demand transit pilot. And E, an evaluation of potential tax implications for Waterdown residents due to increases in kilometers of services provided. And I'll just briefly speak to it. I know it's been a long meeting already. We've had several discussions on this back and forth. And it's kind of unfortunate. I share your concerns, Mr. Chairman, just about this being part of the budget process and not a separate report to council and decision that we're making independent, because we're sort of overshadowing, all of the good work that HSR has done over this past year. Right now we're in the middle of the 10-year transit plan. We know that we have a fundamental need for higher order transit in the city, whether that is BRT through the BLAST network or LRT. And we've seen residents, essential workers struggling with the reduced service on HSR as it stands now to get to their jobs, to get to daycare, to take care of their families. And we know that a lot of those residents are minimum wage retail clerks. They're new Canadians. They're women taking care of their families, as I said. And the current routes that we have in our system right now are operating on reduced service. And even before COVID, we saw, as Debbie, Director Dalvido presented, a real growth in ridership, a really good news. And I think our focus as a council is really getting back to, the pre-COVID ridership as a priority. So, I'm not opposed to what's being proposed for Waterdown. I do appreciate Director Dalvido and staff coming up with an innovative way to deliver transit to those areas that are currently underserved. We saw in our city plan survey that Waterdown actually identified, I think it was like 54% identified HSR service as their city service with the lowest rating, which was far above the city averages. So clearly the need is there. But at the same time, I think we as a council have a responsibility to make sure that we do our due diligence on this request, because this is a fairly substantial change in policy for the city. This is a completely new way of delivering transit. And at the very least, I think we need to know, what the costs are, how those are going to be shared, and what the outcomes of this that we're looking for. One of the outcomes clearly is qualifying for that second round of funding. And, that's, if this is something we need to do to qualify for the funding, let's put that on the table and make that clear. And I have no problem with that. But like I said, I think there's several really good questions that were raised during this meeting. And I think before we, confirm that this is the direction that we want to take transit, I mean, Waterdown is one of the highest income areas of the city. And, some of those lower income areas are still having challenges with the service that they're getting. So let's take a closer look at this and make sure it's something that, we have all the information in terms of the budget, the service delivery, and impact other areas of the city. And just is just on the funding. So I understand that the intention is operational because it's within the current funding that's available. But if I'm remembering correctly, and if I'm not, please correct me. But just back a few months ago, we changed the funding relationship for the number 18 Waterdown bus to subsidize some of that cost to Hamilton ratepayers. I think it was previously funded 100% from Waterdown, and now it's 68.8% with 31.2% being subsidized by Hamilton ratepayers. So it's a more complicated equation that's involved here than perhaps is what's being presented today. So anyway, what's on the table will allow us to just dig a little bit deeper and make sure that we have all those answers before we finalize this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker to the motion is Councillor Nan and then Councillor Partridge. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through the chair, and thanks to Councillor Danko for quickly summarizing some of the points that were coming up in the presentation in response to the presentation on the on-demand transit pilot. I think you've covered off all the points that were definitely in my scribbled out notes as we're continuing with the conversation. And again, I definitely want to reiterate the points about this isn't about getting in the way of innovation of service, but this is a pivot. This is a very important shift in the way in which public transit is being offered, and it deserves an opportunity for all of council to dig into it a little bit, but also give our residents an opportunity to understand it, particularly with the expressed concerns that have been coming into my office during this meeting related to the cost of service, how it's being invested in, and whether or not it will have impact on other services, and particularly as a Ward 3 councillor, where we have a lot of essential workers, where we also have the lowest income ratios in the entire city, where many of our residents have had to struggle and actually pay more in order to travel during the pandemic and where our service as a transit system has had to be reduced to accommodate our books. So from that perspective, happy to second the motion, and we'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I have a question actually for staff.
Absolutely.
Staff, you've read through the motion, and I guess my question is, it's a pilot. Let me say that another 10 times. It's a pilot. It's not affecting any other area of the city. It is strictly coming out of the same area rating dollars that have been spent for the last 8 years, only this is something a little bit different. So when you look at the motion, through you to staff, at the end of the pilot, is all that information going to be reported back to council before we move forward on taking it from being a pilot to being a permanent fixture and potentially expanded throughout the city, please?
Thank you, Mr. Zakaric.
Or Debbie.
Director, can you answer that question?
So
it looks to me like it's the same information that is going to be coming back as part of the pilot.
Go ahead, Director.
So through the chair to the councillor, absolutely, it is a pilot. It was our intention to report back, to monitor, to assess it, to look at the deliverables and report back to council as to the findings of the pilot. And then at that point, once we had all the information, all the data, all the deliverables, the impacts on ridership, the impacts on revenue, the impacts on customer satisfaction, the impacts on the ability for the business park to be serviced and to get employees there, and then report back to council for direction around the implementation of the new way to deliver the service to be rolled out as appropriate throughout the rest of the city.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Debbie, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. And so I want to assure the residents in Ward 3 who are, by the sounds of it, piling on emails to their councillor, there is no cost to anyone in Ward 3 or any of the other wards. This is strictly being paid for and costed through the existing budget, which has been in Ward 15. It's strictly for Waterdown, actually. There is no bus service outside of the core of Waterdown. And so there are no additional costs. It is within the budget. I want to thank staff very much. I mean, we've worked hard on this, and you know, certainly the community was quite excited about it. And I know staff was excited to present this today. And, you know, they finally put their toe in the water to do something progressive and to look at transit that is a good option and a good alternative that is going to help us with our climate change. And, you know, and they're getting smacked. And I'm sorry to see that. I think it's very, very sad. It's progressive transit alternative. It is a pilot. It is a 1-year pilot. But I want to thank staff very much because, like I say, we've worked a couple of years. There's been lots of community outreach on this. And I just think it's very sad that this isn't being upheld and celebrated, especially when we finally have something that is not costing any more money. It is strictly coming out of an existing budget. So I am opposed to this. And I think most councillors know that I'm opposed to creating work for staff and giving them an additional work, especially when we're dealing with a difficult budget. And yet here we go. Let's pile on more work. Let's put another report that has to come forward when the same information, in fact, more information will be coming back at the end of the pilot, because at this point, a lot of this is going to be speculation and conjecture. A lot of what the costs are. We don't know what the costs are because we don't have any data or any science to back it up. So those are my comments, Deputy Mayor. And again, I just, you know, I think it's very sad. It's a pilot. It's being paid for. It's within the existing budget. There is no extra cost. But those are my comments, and I will be opposing it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor, you indicated that you felt that the staff were being slapped. I don't think anyone was slapping the staff. They were simply asking questions. I'll leave it at that. Councillor Farr, you're next up.
You're entitled to your opinion, sir. Thank you.
Madam Chair, or Madam, I am in the chair, and you did say that they were slapping staff. I point to where they were slapping staff, because that indicates that someone's being overly critical of staff, and I didn't see it today. They were asking questions, that's all. So let's be fair. Councillor Farr.
Yeah, and just for the record, Mr. Chair, Councillor Partridge actually said smacked, not slapped.
That's even worse.
I don't know. I bet you if you ask staff, they're okay. I get where she was going, and I hear her frustration, and I feel for her a little bit, but I also understand and appreciate where you yourself with your comments earlier on this and where the mover and the seconder are on this. But I want to support the Waterdown residents today. It's anybody who's been around knows that they're completely underserved and they're vastly growing. I know that Councillor Partridge has been working hard on this for a long time. And by the way, she mentioned pilot 12 times. She said 11, but it was 12 in my count. And Jason also sold me on this very informative presentation today. He was very excited, as we may recall, 6 hours ago. So any opportunities to improve transit service anywhere in the city, I want to jump on it, especially when there's that confidence built into a very formal report that we're seeing here today. And to be innovative, as Jason has shared quite clearly, to be ahead of potential competition, which no one's talked about since, which I thought was a really important part, as Debbie had shared earlier. I want to be supportive, and I want to support, as I say, Councillor Partridge. In the past, we've tested micro transit with Councillor Johnson. I think all of us at that time wanted to support Councillor Johnson. A lot of the same arguments, but maybe not the same innovations. And I'm sure Councillor Johnson will be watching this one closely. But anyway, I've got faith. This work has been done. Her residents and the HSR staff have worked with the councillor. It's a service that I believe, my feeling is, we'll see a growing need in a rapidly growing Waterdown, where teens need to get to school and work, where many environmentally conscious residents live there as well. And they're going to take advantage of this just for that argument, and we should appreciate that. Our mission is to grow our transit service. We've heard it throughout the day, and grow it for everybody. That's our mission as well. And part of that is to be efficient. And just on the income comment, I think I heard, I think from the mover, and feel free to retort if I got it wrong. But you know, I know folks all over this city, and Waterdown included, and Binbrook, and Stony Creek, and even Ancaster. And believe it or not, there are lower income people living in our suburbs, and they need service improvements too. It might not be the ratios we see here in the inner city, but it exists. And unfortunately, with what we're dealing with worldwide right now, it's growing. I'm certain of it. So let's think about them too here on this, as we heard 12 times, pilot that's coming forward. I really want to support this now, and especially because of the work that's been done. The fact that it's a pilot, and the excitement, and the very educational and informative presentation that we learned of here today. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Well within your time. Councillor Brenda Johnson, please.
Yep, thank you. I forgot to thank actually the HSR staff for sitting down with me last week about this whole project that was going to be done in Waterdown. As Councillor Farr said earlier, I am extremely interested in this because, let me reiterate again, removing area rating does not improve services, as case in point, Mount Hope. So I'm really interested to see how this goes. HSR is in a real kind of a predicament. They don't know if they have the ridership unless they put a route down, and they don't know if they should put a route down unless there's ridership. So they have to try it out. Pilot project is the perfect opportunity to do this. I think that some of the Ward 3 residents would recall that I started the pilot project for the Wentworth 12. That's what brought the bus route back on the system. It was removed for quite some time. We called it a pilot project. We found the funding for it, and now it's a permanent, much needed bus route. So I'm in full support of the Waterdown pilot project. I hope we can see more coming forward. And then maybe this whole angst about area rating can just go into the shredder. But right now, as it stands, I'm supporting the water down pilot project. I have done many of them in my past, before I became councillor and since, and some have worked out extremely well, and only one failed. And I'm totally supportive of it, and I will not be supporting this motion going forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Pearson, you have the floor next.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And, you know, it's bittersweet. There's been great uplift today with regards to transit and everything moving forward. I am certainly 200% in support of the pilot project for Waterdown. I think I made my comments earlier when I was questioning the director that, you know, I have similar issues in Ward 10, and I've been working just as diligently as Councillor Partridge has been working over the years. I've had other sort of things, as was mentioned, restrictions that are creating problems in getting a service like this. And I'm excited because I want to see the positive results that come out of this, that I can now grab onto and say, yes, let's make it work in Ward 10. So I am very supportive of the pilot. I'm just questioning the motion because I don't understand what the studies are all going to be coming back. They're going to give us a thorough review at the end of this of the ups and downs, the benefits, the pros and cons. You know, I thought that would be all part of this wrapped up in this pilot project. So again, I have workers that come from other wards in the city of Hamilton that can't access good jobs. I get companies calling me, and I've directed them on to my economic development department. They have workers that they cannot take on the jobs when they advertise because they don't have transit available. And I'm trying desperately, constantly. We tweak the transit system. We trying to get a better time so that there's workers that can get to Bell Manor, that can get a bus to take them to east of Jones Road in a special time slot. I mean, these are done all the time, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and it's all within the envelope of the area rating dollars for Ward 10. So I'm supportive of this pilot. I'm confident that the questions that are listed in the motion are all going to be answered at the end of the project, and I won't be supporting the motion at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Pauls. Please turn your microphone on.
Thank you. And I will not support the motion. And the reason is with all the talk about climate change, this is what we must do. My sister lives in Judy's ward, and her son's moving there with their family. And the first thing they ask is, there's bus route around? You know, so with climate change, Waterdown is growing crazy. I was just there. Restaurant, business, people need transit. So I will support the pilot. And remember, Councillor Partridge kept saying pilot project. So I will not support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek, if you can take the chair, please.
Sure will. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So, through you, Madam Chair, all of my comments this morning were predicated on issues of governance and good governance. At no time was I critical of the staff. At no time did I smack or slap the staff or beat up on the staff. I was asking questions in relationship to how we've dealt with situations like this in the past, and why wasn't it coming to council for approval? Because what I'd heard from the director, and I think I heard this correctly, was that it was an operational decision and that it wouldn't come to council. That's what I heard. And so I still don't have answers to those questions, and I will continue to probe those questions with the city manager and Mr. McKinnon and Director Del Vendova. But in terms of the project that's on the books, I have not objected to the project. I never did object to the project. It's a question of governance and who makes the decisions. And so when I look at the motion that's before us, because I'm supposed to be speaking directly to the motion that is before us, in A, I don't think staff could give you those details right now. Cost to implement and operate the water down on-demand transit pilot, because if I understood correctly, the request for information has gone out and they're trying to get that information back from vendors. So we don't have that information. Evaluation of the funding sources system-wide, fares paid by current, I guess they could provide you what's area rated and what's not area rated. We have that information already. In terms of the pilot, including length of operation, ridership, targets, et cetera, I'm assuming the director could tell us those information now, and I can go down through the rest of the list. The challenge is that if it's a pilot, we'll get all of this information back when the pilot is completed. That's what a pilot does. I recall when we approved the one for Councillor Johnson, we didn't really know how that was going to fly. It was a punt. We were literally putting the football in the tees and kicking it because we didn't know whether or not it was going to go through the uprights or not. And in that case, we found that it wasn't working. And she still has people in her area that would like to have the transit up there, but they're trying to find the mechanism to do it. So I don't know what the solutions are to all of this, but I know the pilots enable us to test them to see whether or not there's an audience for that new service. And that, in this case, is what the pilot does. So based on my understanding of where the pilot is going and what the motion is, I can't support the motion, but I'm going to continue to push our staff to understand, in my mind, not necessarily for the council, but in my mind, how do we delineate an operational decision and a governance decision? And what's the threshold? And that's my challenge, my personal challenge on the pilot going forward. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Vanderbeek, thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
Second time speaker is Councillor Nan.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I just do want to reiterate that my seeking of this information comes because, unfortunately, the details of this on-demand pilot came to me in the form of this presentation for the very first time. And so I'm limited by being able to receive information as a governor of this, one of the many governors sitting around this council table virtually, that I can't ask because of the operational limitations at this time, given the procurement situation. So, so from my perspective, this isn't about a make work project. This motion does not read to me as a make work project for the sake of giving staff more work to do. From a policy perspective, it is my due diligence to ask these questions. And I am for pilot projects. I've tried to move pilot projects on this table that are very specific to the needs of my ward and very specific to the needs of my residents, and not been supported either. And so from that perspective, I understand the frustration that Councillor Partridge might feel by my request or my support for seeking this information, but I need you to understand that it is not anything other than seeking information and trying to do my due diligence from a governing perspective, recognizing that this is the first time I'm receiving the information, feeling a little blindsided by it. Would have appreciated having more details in the presentation that I had an opportunity to have with HSR staff prior to this budget presentation. Would have helped me prepare for this moment. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. So from that perspective, this isn't me saying anything negative about staff. It's just in this moment, I'm seeking more information. And from a procedural perspective, this is the only way in by which I can get it. So I hope you can hear that really clearly. Again, I'm all for innovation in transit. I'm all for public service and making sure that the range of our residents get the services that they deserve and need, and that we're improving the services, especially as it relates to transit, to our residents that are working and those who have to rely on it as an essential service who don't have the opportunity to work. So from that perspective, I hope that you don't see this as a divisive motion, simply as a motion seeking more information in order for those of us who didn't know anything about it to be in the know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I was just waving at your daughter there. She's very cute, watching the entire meeting and wants to vote now. Okay, seeing no further speakers, Madam Clerk, if we can put the vote up. Is anyone having challenges submitting their vote? I think, can we do that vote again, please? Mine, I did it wrong. Sorry, Madam Clerk. It's not back up, so how do I get it? Yeah, I'm just opposing the motion. Councillor Collins, I saw was thumbs down also. Anyone else having issues trying to get the vote through? Oh, we got everyone. Votes closed. And the vote was defeated. 3 in favor, 11 opposed, and no conflicts. So given that that matter is now resolved, we're now moving on to point 1, which is re-envision the HSR update and guiding principles PW 20005A citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to put item 7.1 on the floor? It's moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Is there any discussion about item number 7.1? I'm not seeing anyone waving at me, Madam Clerk, so let's go to the vote. Councillor Nan, did you get your vote through? Councillor Collins, thumbs up from Councillor Collins. Yeah, it's either him or the cat. I'm not sure who's voting right now. That cat's climbing you like a tree, Councillor. The vote's closed, and it is carried for nothing. We are now moving on to item 7.2 on the agenda, which is an update on financial implications of revenue and ridership PW 20061A citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to put item 7.2 on the floor? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Is there any discussion or questions on 7.2? I'm seeing none, Madam Clerk. If you could put the vote up for me, please. The vote is up, councillors. Councillor Collins is a thumbs up. Thank you, sir. The vote is now closed, and it carried 14-0. Moving on to my, are there any notices of motions or motions beyond what we've already dealt with? And I'm not trolling for any, I'm just asking. Councillor Nan? You had indicated that you had a notice of motion.
Thank you. Bear with me as I have a new coworker that I'm working with right now.
Well, she seems very skilled and proficient.
Yeah, and an acrobat at that, nonetheless.
Yes, that's right.
So it'll remain as a notice of motion through you, Chair, that the motion is a transit rate freeze, whereas access to safe, reliable, and robust transit systems during the pandemic enable essential workers to travel while also providing an essential service to residents who depend on it. Therefore, be it resolved that the Hamilton Street Railway transit fare rates be frozen for the duration of COVID-19 pandemic. And I won't speak any further. It's just going to remain as a notice of motion. Thank you.
So that will remain as a notice so the councillors can prepare themselves and staff, and then we'll have the discussion in the future when Councillor Nan wishes to bring the motion forward. Other notices of motion? Oh, correct. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second here. I got to look for something. No. Yes. So I'd have to come out of the chair. Councillor Vanderbeek, if you can take the chair for a second.
Yes, sir.
And so this will be a notice of motion. I'm not moving it today. We want to be prepared to have the discussion. And it's a simple notice of motion that transit staff be directed to cease the purchase of any diesel vehicles effective immediately. And we'll have that discussion at a future date, Madam Chair. Is that okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Thank you for your help today. Any further notices of motions from anybody? Seeing none, I'm just going to my roadmap. 2 seconds. Bingo, bango. We're down to adjournment then. May I move mover and a seconder to adjourn the meeting? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. And we do need to vote on it. I want to thank everyone for their participation today. Thumbs up from Councillor Collins, thumbs up from Councillor Pearson. Goodbye, Councillor Pauls.
My thumbs up was to say good job, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Oh,
Thank
well,
you.
God bless you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Have a great weekend. I won't ask you your
everyone.
plans.
You too, everyone. Staying put.
Excellent work again, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
See you all on Monday.
Take care, Stephanie.
Thank you. You
Thank you,
too.
Councillor Vanderbeek, for your help again.
Thank you, Brad, for all your work.
No problem.